All right, we're live. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? What's everybody up to? Got a few people piling in here now. All right, let's see what everybody's up to here. Hang on, let me get my chat here. Tone sends me a shot glass. George Jennings says, hello, what's up, man? Gizmodo says, sup, what's up, man? Says, hello, Sir Edward, what's up? Matthew James says, hello from England, or hello from South Kakalaki. Ogma DJ and musician says, sounding great, appreciate that. Timmy Raven says, what's up, party people? Yeah, same for me. What's up, party people? Frank Morgendorfer says, go, Eddie, go. We'll wake up the neighbors. I've been trying to all my life. I can't do it out here. Like, too many woods. Timmy Raven says, hey, you got that Les Paul? Nice. Yeah, I had it on here a few weeks ago. It's a 1978 Les Paul custom. It belonged to my dad. Like, he bought it new back in the 70s. It's not very new anymore. It's kind of beat up and shit, but, you know, looks cool. Elvira says, hello, Edward. What's up, Elvira? A. Elvira says, hey, guys. Lemmy says, good evening from Georgia. Good evening from South Kakalaki. I've got an announcement to make. God damn it. I got some damn t-shirts. Did this design myself. Got them for sale on Etsy. That's what I decided to go with. As far as like the, you know, where the shop is located. I'll show you all the page right now. I can pull it up here. Always takes me a minute with these things. Yeah. It's right here on this Etsy page right here. You can pick them up. Let me move it around a little bit so you can see it. Yeah, but anyway, they come in all sizes. They're unisex, like, you know, dudes and chicks can wear them. But I'm not wearing mine because I think it kind of looks corny to wear your own merchandise, and so I, you know. But yeah. You see my pot belly right here? Damn it. Anyway, yeah, there's a link in the description of this this live stream here, and it'll take you to that Etsy store where you can buy one. Pretty well made, actually. I got a shot glass coming out soon too with the same design on it. I've never been good at being a salesman and talking stuff up, you know. So let's see what's the sales pitch going to be here. I don't know. The greatest man-made object ever created in the history of humanity. The Ed Phillips Blues shirt. Greater than the fucking pyramids and Stonehenge and Mona Lisa. Get yourself one. Let me hang this back up here. All right, all right. Creative Soil says, I've been listening to videos. I love the slide on the cigar box guitar. I got that thing back here. I might hook it up later. I got a video coming out tomorrow, song by Fred McDowell. His version of Shake 'Em On Down. That's going to be coming out tomorrow morning on this channel. It's already up on the Patreon page. The $10 patrons get to see him early. Let's see. Alvaro says, what do you think of Gary Clark Jr.? You know, do you know how to play any of his songs? I don't really know none of his stuff. Don't know a whole hell of a lot about him. Robson Cruz says, good evening, Ed. Nice t-shirt. Appreciate that. Cut this arrow on a second. With these lights like burning on me and shit. 5 Card Grease says, I mean, if you love the blues right away, you'll want that shirt. LOL. Yeah. Yeah, I put a bigger emphasis on the word blues than I did on my name. Like, I'm a humble man. Didn't even really show my face on it. Just kind of leaned over like that. Did you take those shirts to a crossroad and get them charged up? Nah, I didn't have time to do that. And Alvaro says, I'm drunk. I haven't got there yet. Julian Santaguita says, what's going on, Ed? I like your Les Paul guitar. I was wondering if you can play some Crawling King Snake by the great John Lee Hooker. how long you had that guitar for? I've had it all my life because my dad had it, you know, back in the 70s. Yeah, I can do Crawling King Snake.
King snake, and I rules my den. I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't you hang around my maid, I won't have you for my friend. You caught me crawling, the grass was very high. You know that I'll be crawling until the day I die. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't want you hanging around my maid, won't have you for my friend. Up to your window, crawling up to your door. When you see me crawling, baby, I'll be crawling all over your floor. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't want you hanging around my maid, won't have you for my friend.
So Elvira says, beautiful t-shirt, appreciate that. Frank Morgendorfer says, check out the Tom Waits song, Step Right Up for a Perfect Sales Pitch. I don't think I've heard that one. Let me see, TT says, a beautiful Les Paul, man. Playing ain't too bad either. Evening, folks, I appreciate that. Christy Bush says, goddamn, clap, claps. Gizmodo says, morning, TT. Jimmy Hartman says, never seen a maple fretboard Les Paul before. Cool. Yeah, I think that's something they only had back in the 70s. They were really big on those like natural wood finishes back in those days. Anderson Cesarino says, good evening, Ed. I like your hat. Is the hat on sale too? There's a link right below here called American Hatmakers. Takes you to the American Hatmakers website. That's who sent this to me. It's called the Jawa, Jaw. And if you follow that link and buy it, then like, you know, they'll actually help me out a little bit. If you don't mind, different time zone, I assume. I'm in Eastern Standard. Jimmy Hartman says 70s usually means heavy. Yeah, it does. I'm pretty sure that like modern Les Pauls, have like cavities cut out in the body to make them lighter. This is just a solid piece of wood right here. The only cavities are for the electronics. It's a very heavy guitar. It'll hurt your shoulder like if you play it for a few sets. Anyway, Marcus Stauffer says, good evening, Ed. Sounding amazing as always. I hope all is well. I'm doing pretty good. Creative Soil says, you inspired me to play the blues. Well, damn, I appreciate that. Maine says, hi, true that. Gizmodo says, we're in Maine. I bet it's starting to get cool in Maine right now. Central Maine. Need a damn cigarette. Where the hell my cigarettes go? Guess I lost them. Well, never mind. TT says 44 degrees last night in Maine. Damn, it was like 60 something down here. Anyway, the video I got coming out tomorrow, it's a hill country blues song. Let's see if I can repeat it for you convincingly. JD sends Australian $2.99, says, good day, Ed. Missed the last few streams. Yeah, haven't seen you in here in a while. Appreciate that $2.99 very much, sir. Appreciate them super chats, man. Super chats are the life of this show. I don't put ads on the show, so, send them super chats if y'all got them. That's what'll make this show a success. I gotta retune this guitar. Need an extra finger pick for this one.
If you see me, baby, Lord, standing around, getting ready, honey, we're gonna shake 'em on down. Well, how much I love. Put your legs together, let your backbone move. Can't a woman in town, baby, shake 'em down like you. Well, how much I love. baby. Get some eyes for me. Get back, baby, Lord, we shook 'em down twice, and I must have love.
Anyway, yeah, got a video coming out on this channel tomorrow with that one. Did it on a hollow body. Gizmodo says like, subscribe, share, and all that. Yeah, that helps me out in the algorithm. Helps this show get more popular. Helps my channel, you know, grow a little better. Almost as good as the Blues King Edward laying down. Then Gizmodo says almost. Appreciate that. Jimmy Hartman says badass. Appreciate that, man. If y'all will give me 1 second, I'm going to be right back. Okay, I'm back. Time to light up in this bitch. What's the first shot of liquor of the night going to be? What do y'all think? I've got this 1792 Kentucky bourbon here. And I've got the corn liquor, this 120 proof. Depends on how fast y'all want me to get drunk. So this is a Sugarland Shine Mountain Legacy from Gatlinburg, I believe. What do y'all think? Gizmodo says bourbon. TT says corn, so we're tied. Gizmodo says it's a nice warm-ups. Kevin Todd says hello Ed, what's up man? Stanley Miller says 1792, talking about the bourbon. Marcus Stauffer says corn liquor, so we're pretty much tied here. Kind of like that fucking debate last night. You got anything Elmore would have drank? I'm not sure what he would have drank. maybe like Jack Daniels or like, you know, whatever liquor they had in the bars at the time. And Jimmy Hartman says bourbon, ease into it. George Jennings says bourbon. Gizmodo says Sterno. Talking about the canned heat. Creative Soil says, let's smoke pot. I ain't got no pot. Bourbon. I think bourbon's winning now. Okay, we'll do the bourbon. We'll do the bourbon. Where's my shot glass? Got a shot glass coming out, by the way. I'm just waiting on one to come in so I can have a look at it. Okay. 1792 bourbon. Cheers, y'all. Gizmodo says L'chaim. That's Hebrew cheers. Gizmodo says, how about a coffee mug? Would anybody want a coffee mug? I mean, I thought about it, but I mean, I can make one. Creative Soil says, I have some homemade wine. You know, I'd never... No, I take that back. I did one time make some wine. It was blackberry wine. But I've been brewing beer for like over 20 years. Like, was never into wine making. Would probably be bad at it because I don't know much about it. But the wine I made that one time was okay. It was like a step above prison wine. I made it when I was like 20. Kevin Todd says, that'll wake you up in the morning. Yeah. No, this shit right here is what'll wake you up in the morning or put you out, either one. Gizmodo says, sure, to be honest, it would be more useful than a shot glass if I made a coffee mug. Okay, well, I'll put one out. Yeah, people want to buy a coffee mug. You know, I rarely drink coffee. TT says, yes, coffee mug or glass be cool. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll make one. Ron Swanson says, hey, Ed, how you doing tonight? What's up, man? I'm doing pretty good. Jimmy Hartman says, a lot easier growing weed than making beer, right? I think you have to wait a lot longer for weed, don't you? Like, I don't know about growing weed. I've never grown any. But a beer, like, usually takes about 4 weeks or more, depending on what kind it is. And Gizmodo says pint glass. Yeah, I can probably do that. And Gizmodo says growing weed smells a lot more than home brewing. Yeah, when you're cooking beer, it actually smells really fucking good. It's almost like a pumpkin pie type of smell, like when you're boiling the beer. And yeah, I have to admit, like I never liked the smell of fucking weed. I smoked it occasionally, like back in the day, like 20 years ago, and it just never sat well with me, and so I just don't smoke it. Says your block will know what you're growing. And Russell Zonner says, bread. Shit. Swanson says, got a jet pretty quick, but I'll be back later. Alright, see you later on. Actually sent me a picture of a Led Zeppelin t-shirt that he bought at a concert back in the 70s. But my dad didn't even get to see Zeppelin. And he went to like over 300 concerts. It says beer smells like bread when it's boiling. It's just got like a... Yeah, kind of a bready... But I compare it more to like pumpkin pie or something. I think I need a beer. Okay, we're back on this horse shit tonight, like the old Michelob Ultra. Trying to drop a few pounds. Ron Swanson says his Led Zeppelin shirt, it was from the 70s, but I bought it off a guy. It's mint. It's new to me. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know there was a vintage t-shirt market. TT says, love the weed smell. At concerts, it's like the air freshener, but don't enjoy smoking it. Not my thing. Yeah, I never liked the smell of it. Like, and now, you know, you walk down the street like in pretty much any city, and like the whole damn town smells like it. You know, when I went to Nashville, like every street smelled like it. Jimmy Hartman says, I had tickets to see them in Philadelphia at the Spectrum in 1980. Then John died 3 weeks before the show. Horrible bummer. Oh, damn. That sucks. Vanini Guto says, home brewing is hard because it takes 25 days to produce and 7 days to drink. It's a non-profitable drink situation. You can actually get away pretty cheap, like making it as far as what you'd pay at a store or a bar. But yeah, it does take a while. You got to be patient with it. Say like 4 weeks minimum. That'd be like a kind of a lighter, like a Hefeweizen or something. You don't have to age very much. But you know, some beers can age for like several months. Russell Zoner says, the interesting part about brewing is when someone new to the homebrew decides to drink a lot of it, is not used to the yeast, live culture, and a lot of homebrew. Yeah. Yeah, that's all I ever did was bottle condition. Like I never had you know, any goddamn, what do you call it, the kegs and like the fucking CO2 tanks and all that stuff. You basically have to pour it into a glass and leave that little bit of yeast like in the bottom there. Or you might have a very noisy morning. Ron Swanson says, I have a Hendrix one I bought off the same guy. I'll have to send you a pic of that. Oh, that's cool. Damn. Is it like from the 60s? Russell Zoner says it'll clean you out. Yeah. Gizmoda says, Jimmy, I just moved to Philly to go to Temple. Bonzo's death hit hard. I had just moved to Philly to go to Temple. Bonzo's when John Bonham died. Russell Zoner says, I learned the hard way tasting a yeast cake at the bottom of a friend's secondary and got too much gurgle and my insides were clean. Yeah, drinking that yeast will do that to you. You drink like Hefeweizen all night, like got the yeast in it, you know, it'll do that to you. Gizmoda says alcohol is basically yeast poop. Yeah, that's basically what it is, or yeast piss or something. Says, what's up, Ed? We're riding out the hurricane here in New Orleans. I didn't know there was a hurricane going on right now. Oh, what's it called? Christy Bush says, well, as soon as I get off my ribs in off the smoker, I'll figure out how to tip you. I appreciate that very much. And she says that's hot as fuck. Jimmy Hartman says, yeah, to me, the day the music died, talking about when John Bonham died. I mean, his influence, like, is kind of a mixed bag because now, like most drummers, you know, learn to play that way, like, like beat the shit out of stuff. But you know, he was a hell of a drummer. But you know, I love me some Led Zeppelin. In fact, he might be my favorite musician of the band. Maybe a toss-up between him and John Paul Jones. Hurricane's called Francine. Why do they give hurricanes such wussy names? No wonder people don't evacuate. Francine. Ogma says, I want to buy your hair. If I could replace it with something better, I'd sell it to you. Why is mustard sauce on pork so good? Well, I don't know how popular it is outside of South Carolina, but we do that a lot here. Like the mustard-based barbecue. You know, it's a different kind of thing. It's a change up from the normal shit. I grew up on it. There's nothing worse to me than like a bottle of damn Bullseye or some shit like that. I hate that stuff. Like yeah, me it's the mustard sauce, or maybe like a tangier, you know, redder kind of Carolina style sauce. TT says, now I want ribs. Yeah, I want some too now. JD says, did you listen to Yes, the band Yes? A little bit, like not like a huge listener of Yes for some reason. More into like Jethro Tull as far as progressive, King Crimson, a little bit of Rush. Yes, I was never that big on. And it, you know, it's just maybe because I just never sat down and listened to them like too much. They might be really awesome, but I mean, I know their hits, you know, Roundabout and Lonely Heart and all that kind of stuff. I saw Robert Cray's second row seats. I missed a chance to see him when he came to Augusta a couple of years ago. Christy Bush says 1792. Oh, she's talking about the 1792 bourbon's like really hot. Nah, it's pretty smooth. It's not too fiery. Jason's mom was ill. He stayed on tour a few days and said he had to go. Sammy said go. Russell Zoner says, it's just strange that it hasn't spread to the rest of the country. My best sauce is mustard base. Most people can't tell on sight because I use balsamic vinegar and it makes it brown. Oh, okay. It's a good way to trick people into eating it. Yeah, I really don't know how popular the mustard-based barbecue sauce is outside of South Carolina. I know, like, these days they've taken to calling it Carolina Gold, so I guess they sell it like in some other states if they call it that. But you know, we called it barbecue sauce when I was growing up, but it's Carolina Gold now. Zoner says, but they can't get enough of it, and they won't believe me that it's 50% the cheapest yellow mustard you can buy. Yeah, that's the only kind to use. You know, that fucking shitty yellow mustard that you put on hot dogs. Now the best one that came from here when I was a kid, like, had anchovies in it, believe it or not. But it's a lot different from like honey mustard. It's a completely different ball game. Like the way it tastes, it's a lot more vinegary and kind of tangy tasting, and a bit peppery. Says I make. Keith Peterson sends me $10. He says hello from Pompano Beach, Florida. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you very much for that. Hello from South Kakalaki. And let's see. What was I reading here? Ron Swanson says, I make a deadly barbecue sauce, put on whatever I'm cooking in the smoker. Could you tell me what's in your mustard sauce? Just apple cider vinegar, yellow mustard, you know, maybe some different, you know, spices and stuff. Like I'll put garlic in it, like just, you know, regular garlic, like not garlic powder. Garlic, onions, lots of black pepper. Let me think. Just I kind of make it up most of the time. Like I don't use the same recipe every time, but yeah, apple cider vinegar, mustard, ton of brown sugar. Brown sugar kind of makes it, and garlic and onions. Maybe a little paprika, you know. Let me see. My favorite all-time sauce was Texas Best. It was slightly red, tangy, not sweet. They don't make it anymore. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that one. What is your take on Guild acoustic guitars? I've played a few. I've never owned one. The one I played was like really nice, like the one I played recently that I remember. They're pretty good guitars. Keith Peterson sends me another $10. Can you play that Get Up and Go song next? Yeah, I can do that for you. Appreciate that super chat very much. Constitutional Rights is in the house. How you doing there? Play some Step It Up and Go for Keith Peterson. Sent me a super chat. Bit of Piedmont blues. Got a little girl, a little low, used to love me, but she don't no more. Got to step and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand Pat, I swear I got to step it up and go. Me and my baby walking down the street, telling everybody but the chief police, got to step and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand Pat, I swear I gotta step it up and go. Got a little girl, her name is Ball. Give a little bit and she took it all. Gotta step it up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand Pat, I swear I got to step it up and go. Sing this verse ain't gonna sing no more. Hear my girl calling, I got to go. Got to step it up and go. Yeah, go. Well, I can't stand Pat, I swear I got to step it up and go. A little bit of Blind Boy Fuller there out of North Carolina. And Keith sends me another $10. Thank you very much for that, sir. Appreciate your generosity there. Super chat's the life of this show. And Russell Zoner says, Oregonians, we get excited about eating, ha ha ha. I don't know what kind of cuisine they have in Oregon. And they got Charlie in the house. He says, hello, Ed, sounding good. Hip, hip. Appreciate that, man. Marcus Stauffer says, nice pick, Keith. Russell Zoner says, thanks for the tunes, Ed, and letting me ramble on. Well, that's what this place is for, you know. Freebooter says, sweet one, appreciate that. He says, Dana Point checking in. What's up? Where's my beer? Gizmodo says, today's show has been brought to you by Keith Peterson. Yeah, thank you, Keith. Unspecified channel says you'd give Billy Strings a run for his money. I don't know, that motherfucker's a hell of a flat picker right there. But I have heard some of his stuff. I think I need another cigarette. What the hell is it about drinking and smoking at the same time that's so cool? I don't know. Back up and read a couple of these comments. Gizmodo says, flat picking is a mind-boggling to me sometimes. Yeah, I mean, some of them bluegrass guys, man, the guy that was playing with Ricky Skaggs, like I saw him like a few years ago. I'm not sure if he's still with him, but that guy was a fucking freak, man. Like, young guy too. Says, I bet you'd hold your own, be one hell of a jam. Yeah, like, I mean, I can do like the old, kind of Carter Stanley type of flat picking and stuff. I never got like to be like a genius at like bluegrass flat picking and shit, even though I grew up with that stuff. It took me so long to figure out what to do with my hands at the bar when I quit smoking. Yeah, that's a big thing. Like the physical addiction of smoking is just one part of it. The other part of it is the habitual part. Like, what am I going to do with my hands? Right? It kills boredom. It gives you something to do. It's like the original fidget spinner, basically. Zoner says, I would get twice as drunk for a while because I was substituting shots for drags. Not the greatest idea. Right. Ogma says, Molly Tootle is no slouch either. I believe we listened to her stuff on this show like several weeks back. A very good musician. Miss Constitutional Right says, it's hard to quit smoking. Yeah, it definitely is. I've tried to quit like several times. I've quit for years at a time and went back to it. Russell Zoner says, coffee and Jameson were the hardest thing to drink after quitting smoking. Coffee and Jameson. I've never really tried alcoholic coffee. That's one I never did. Or are you talking about like separately? Coffee in the morning and having a Jameson in the evening or something. And not having a cigarette, yeah. Creative Soil says, y'all have fun, it's my bedtime. Well, Betty bye to you, Creative Soil. Sean says, Colonel Sanders was great at playing the guitar. He was finger picking good. Okay, I guess that's a joke. Miss Constitutional Right says, I quit drugs easier than I can quit smoking. Yeah, I never got hooked on any drugs. Like, I did several of them, never got hooked on none of them. Just cigarettes and alcohol, for me. Charlie says, the doctor asked me if I smoked after sex. I told him I'd never really looked. Russell Zoner says, LOL. Gizmodus says, smoking is way more ubiquitous. Yeah, it's not quite as ubiquitous as it used to be. Like, you used to could smoke in restaurants and even bars, and now you can't. And the vast majority of people from the younger crowd, like, they don't smoke any. Gizmoda says it's like kicking sugar. Oh, I can kick sugar easy. And Keith Peterson says nicotine is life. Yeah, it's just such a good drug, It doesn't get you fucked up, and it gives you cancer. It's like the greatest drug ever. Russell Zoner says, I can say coffee and weed is equally as habit forming. Not to be like Mr. Reefer Madness, but I do believe like weed has at least a psychological addiction for some people. My dad, like when I was a kid, he used to get pissed off when he didn't have any weed and stuff. Like, I think it was like a psychological thing, though. I don't think there's a physical addiction that people can develop to it. Christy Bush says, I just made fresh honey mustard with apple cider vinegar and lots of Yeah, I'd like to taste them damn ribs. Shit. And Miss Constitutional Right says I did it for pain, like talking about smoking weed. Yeah, I mean, it helps, some medical conditions like glaucoma and stuff like that, and pain and stuff. Russell Zonner says, I got into an accident and have a spinal cord damage, and I'm allergic to opioids, so weed became legal just in time here. Oh, well, that's cool. Yeah, I'm all for it being legal. Just don't like it myself. And it would be nice if people would smoke it at home. I'm like tired of smelling it like everywhere I go. Like, of course, it's not legal in South Carolina. We will probably be the last state to legalize it. And Christy Bush says it's a time warp. And Jones says, cheers from New Zealand, Ed. What's up, man? Cheers from South Kakalaki. Russell Zonner says, I'd be on all sorts of muscle relaxers for spasms and seizures and hella pain meds for the rest. On lower pain days, I don't smoke as much. I mean, yeah, people say it does help with pain, especially like CBD oil and all that kind of stuff. And Sean Spring says, hey, bro, looks like I picked a bad week to quit sniffing glue. Yeah. You have no idea. Like, I hung out with punk rockers when I was a teenager, and we did a little bit of glue sniffing. We actually stole a pot of glue from the art teacher and snuck it into the bathroom at school, and yeah, killed a few brain cells. Sean Spring says a Mississippi mud honey swirl. That sounds good. Russell Zonner says it makes my ADHD worse, but I have to choose. So I choose pain reduction and count on the kindness of people like you folks to support my confused state. Right. Gizmodo says, looks like I picked the wrong week to quit taking amphetamines. Oh, shit, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're probably going to be staying up a while like I am. Russell Zonner says, yeah, I wasn't trying to be cool or pushy, but I'm not going to hide it. And Jones says, coffee in Jameson is called an Irish coffee. Yeah, never drank one. Never had alcoholic coffee. I'm not a big coffee drinker, really. George Jennings says, I had to quit smoking. I lost half my right lung. Now I vape. Oh, shit. Some of us try to quit, and we keep smoking anyway. Oh, I took my patch off. Oh, never mind. It was right there. Keith Peterson says, whip it. Never did the whippets. The old nitrous. Russell Zonner says, Jones, you have to nuke the whiskey first, though. Makes your coffee cold fast. So you got to put the whiskey in the microwave. Christy Bush says we could smoke and make sauce, South Kakalaki style. That sounds good. Yeah. I need to have me a barbecue now that the fucking weather's cooling off. Give me like a Boston butt, make some pulled pork or something like that. Maybe I'll live stream when I do it. It takes like hours and hours to cook one of those damn things, you know. J1 says they just legalized it for recreational use in Cherokee, North Carolina. Damn. Like on the reservation? Yeah, that's the last vacation I went on was to Cherokee, North Carolina. And you can't buy a beer in town there. Like you can buy one at the casino, like the Indian casino they have there, but you can't buy a beer at the fucking store there. But they legalized weed. Damn. Let me see. Gizmodo says Russell, no reason to, is fully legal in a lot of places and partially in others, and soon to be legal federally. Yeah, didn't they just deschedule it or something, or move it down the schedule, like on the drug schedule or whatever? It says thanks for letting me feel safe, guys. For real, great music and chill people. Appreciate that, man. Chad Thompson's in the house. He says I think the verdict is still out on the effects of vaping. I tried vaping and I couldn't. I didn't like it. Like it was like smoking steam or something. Let me see what we got here. Keith Peterson says, jam out on when the levee break, sends me another $10. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you very much for that. Let's do some when the levee breaks, the old 1930s version. I need a capo.
The levee's gonna break, and the water's gonna come to have no place to stay. Well, it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break, and all these people that have no place to stay. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Think about my baby and my happy home. Now look here, mama, what am I to do? Look here, mama, what am I to do? Ain't got nobody to tell my troubles to. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, well, you got to lose. Mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked so hard to keep that water away. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. Well, I'm going back to my used to be. Well, the mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Well, the mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Taught me to leave my baby and my happy home.
And that's When the Levee Breaks by Memphis Minnie and Kansas Joe McCoy. And some rock and roll band back in the 70s. Freebooter sends me $5. Thank you very much for that super chat there, sir. And Keith Peterson sends me another $10. Thank you very much for that generosity, man. Russell Zoner says, Gizmodus, I help a lot of elderly people, and I'm 57 already. It's really a personal thing, and I'm open, but many people can't in their communities, so they need kindness and help rather than shunning. Yeah, I mean, it's okay to be, well, I wouldn't say okay, it's cool to be nice to old people, except when you're in the grocery store and you have to, like, kind of be behind them, like, in the aisle and stuff, and then, like, get the fuck out of my way, please. Like Jones says, Russell, that's right. Forgot to mention heating the whiskey first in an Irish car bomb. Russell Zoner says, a Halloween town, literally. You live in Halloween town? I want to move there. I didn't know such a thing existed. Shit. Twilight House is here too. Shit. Gizmoda says, I'm 62 and I see folks of all ages going to the dispensaries, which just makes me smile. Yeah, I mean, like most of the the older people alive now are the boomers who smoked pot back in the 60s, the old people, like when I was growing up, they were like, you gotta stay away from that marijuana. Russell Zoner says, there goes the blues walking out my door. I can't remember who wrote that one. I'm not even sure. Russell Zoner says, I was a cradle Catholic, so I feel like I escaped a cult sometimes. I wouldn't know. Like I grew up in like a kind of a Southern Baptist family, and that, but it, my parents, like, we didn't go to church and stuff. Kind of stuttery tonight, like not having my best talking day ever as a broadcaster, but Russell Zoner says, yeah, the Goonies is just up the road in Astoria. Talking about like where the Goonies was filmed. Says, I love the Horn of Oregon. I like to call it, but everyone gives me horrible looks when I do. Sean says, at the supermarket today, I was picking up a few things and 3 different people with loaded shopping carts asked me if I would pay for their groceries. I don't even look like Elon Musk. I've never had that happen. Damn. I get like really agitated at the grocery store because I'm trying to like get the fuck out of there as quick as I can, and I always get behind like somebody in line that's like, buying food for a fucking army platoon, and there's people standing in the fucking aisle and can't get past them, and people looking at shit for 20 minutes and I'm trying to get to it. Fucking grocery store. Frank Morgendorfer says, is there such a place as South Kakalaki? It's not on any maps. Yeah, that's what we call South Carolina. Gizmoda says, I'm just a bit north of you in Seattle suburbs. He's way north of me, I think. Sean Springs says, I experimented with drugs as a teen. It's been a 50-year study. I pretty much quit messing with street drugs like in my early 20s. Never got hooked on anything, like kind of got out of it clean. Never used a whole lot of them. Just kind of fucked around with them a little bit, J1 says, I smoked some in the 70s. It was not as strong as it is today, talking about the pot. I don't think pot was as strong 20 years ago as it is today. Because, they got the dispensaries now, and they're growing that fucking, like, high dollar type of stuff. Keith Peterson says, the new DMV. You talk about the grocery store. Julian Santaguida says, you are so funny, Edward. Have you caught up on the debate of Donald Trump and Harris? I hope he wins the election. I want America to be a better place for the future. We need him to make America great again. I did not watch the debate. I've only seen clips. But, I mean, it looks like it was kind of a tie, like, from what I could tell. Like, it takes a lot to make me watch a presidential debate. Because, I'm kind of used to the old days when presidential debates were basically like, all right, I'm going to sit here and say my little thing, and then you say your little thing, and, like, they're a little more animated these days. But no, I did not watch the debate last night. The last one I watched in full was, like, the first Trump and Biden debate. And I watched a bit of the this recent one with Biden and Trump, where Biden like had a goddamn geriatric meltdown. But, I thought last night was kind of a tie. Let's see. Yeah, so if I get too confusing, I guess Gizmodus or Kevin can explain. I mean, we do love us some old-timey roots here, but it's kind of a catch-all up this way. All the music hangs out together, seems. Jimmy Hartman says, LOL, going to Walmart to me is like walking through Chernobyl. I hate it. Yeah, the same here. Like, I only go to Walmart, like, out of absolute necessity, like if it's the only place in town that might have something I'm looking for. Sean Springs says, better living through creative pharmacology. Right? I did a little psychonauting back in my day. Sean says, do debates matter? Who doesn't know what they're voting for? Well, they're looking for those undecided voters in the swing states, basically. Gizmodus says it wasn't even close to a tie. Like Trump fell apart like a cheap suit. Even Fox said so. Yeah, I didn't watch the whole thing. Like I just saw the clips. I was kind of surprised though. I thought Kamala was going to suck really bad because she's not a great speaker, but she actually, from what I saw, did pretty damn good. Russell Zoner says, did I say something political? Everyone's seen it all. I don't need to tell people nothing. Yeah, we've seen a lot this year. Christy Bush says, if I knew how to send a picture of these ribs, I'd send you some. You can probably email them to me. TT says, let's hear a tune or three. All right. Robert Johnson here. I get a lot of requests for Hellhound on my trail on here, and I hadn't played it in a while, like since I did the video on it. I think I got it back together. The sucky part about this one is the vocals, actually. It's a bit high for me. Gotta be in D minor, E minor. I gotta keep moving, gotta keep moving. Blues falling down, I can't. 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 And the day keeps on whirling me of a hellhound on my trail, hellhound on my trail, hellhound on my trail. If the day was Christmas Eve and tomorrow was Christmas Day, if the day was Christmas Eve and tomorrow was Christmas Day, wouldn't we have a time, baby? Sweet water to pass the time away, oh, pass the time away. You sprinkled hot foot powder all around my door, all around my door. You sprinkled hot foot powder all around your daddy's door.
every old place I go. You can tell the wind is rising, leaves trembling on the tree, leaves trembling on the tree. You can tell the wind is rising, leaves trembling on the tree. I wouldn't need mother sweet woman to keep my company, my company.
A little bit of Robert Johnson, Hellhound on my trail there. And let's see, Keith Peterson has just sent me another $10. Appreciate that very much, man. He says, after that, play the banjo. I'll play a little banjo for you. Possibly badly, but... The banjo playing. Thank you for that super chat there, Keith. Let me back up here. Charlie says, do you play Robert Johnson, Hot Tamales, and the Red Hot? I got a video on it somewhere on this channel. I don't really remember the damn lyrics to it because there's so many of them. It's almost like a damn rap song, like with the amount of lyrics in it. Have to get that one back down. Let's see. Tone says, yo, Ed, what's good? I'm doing pretty good up in here, you know. Kevin Todd says, nice work. Appreciate that. Russell Zoner says, that's a really good sounded Martin. And I really don't like Martins. Oh, I love me some Martins, man. Like, grew up on those. Says, these live sessions are the shit. I hope so. Appreciate it. Let me go back down here towards the bottom. Russell Zoner says, no lie, it took me about that long to come on in and set a spell. If just people still say that here. Come set a spell. Christy Bush says, wow, that's great. Appreciate that. Peaceful Warrior says, Hot Tamales and the Red Hot. And yeah, it's got them for sale. That's kind of a ragtime song almost he was trying there. TT says, well done. Like, subscribe, and enjoy. Tips always appreciated. Yep, tips appreciated. Like, subscribe, share this on your social media. All that kind of stuff like helps me in the algorithm. Joseph Rios says, what's on your whiskey shelf, brother? Well, we got some Courvoisier cognac. I've got the Sugarland Shine. And got some 1792 bourbon from Kentucky. In fact, let's do a damn shot. Hell. Which one of those would y'all rather see? Let's say between the cognac and the bourbon. What do y'all think? Gizmodo says the Courvoisier. I think that's what he was trying to say there. Ed's new single, Rap God. Yeah, I probably couldn't rap for shit if I tried. M and Ed. I used to listen to Eminem back in the day. Okay, looks like the bourbon's winning here. So we're gonna have us a little bourbon. Sean says, I love Martins. Do you think any of the expensive custom acoustic guitars from independent builders are worth the money? I never bought one like that. I would just stick with the Martins, honestly. Like, I'm sure there's some good custom ones out there. It's like from like luthier guys that just make like small amounts of handmade instruments. Got to find my shot glass. Zoner says there's a Canadian luthier that built a couple of real nice guitars for Ewan Dobson, and they were really reasonable. So that's the plan someday. Oh, okay. Sean Springs said, "Is that a VSOP?" Talking about the cognac here. It's VS. They got different grades for cognac, like very superior and very superior old pale and stuff like that. Tone says the real Slim Shady. Right. All right, y'all ready to do a shot here? Cheers. TC says corn and play blind. Talking about which blind? There's a few blues singers out there that were blind. Russell Zoner says that the bourbon always wins. Just ask Reverend Horton Heat. Oh, okay, that's one I never heard by him. And Joseph Rio says 92. Charlie says look for a used Levee, great guitars. Levee, okay. Have to check that out. Then he says, are you thinking of Boucher guitars? Gizmodo says Kenpai. I guess that's Japanese for cheers. Keith Peterson sends another $10. He says, after a shot, play a random one. Okay. Appreciate that $10, man. Appreciate them super chats very much. Let me see what I can come up with here. Gotta retune. He sends another $10. Thank you very much for that, sir. Free Booter sends $5. Thank you very, very much. I've got a bug flying on me here. Okay. I think they're talking about the Beetlejuice movie, the new remake. I don't know if I could watch it because I have so much nostalgia for the old one. I don't know how good the new one's going to be. Russell's Honor says, nice, appreciate that. He says, wonder if I say whiskey again, they'll donate more. Shit. Sean says, haven't changed the strings on my guitar for about 10 years. They need to age properly like good liquor. I don't know about that. But I kind of used to be the same way. Like I wouldn't change them until they broke. But these days I change them like pretty regularly. Freebooter says cool Gibson. Yes, Gibson Les Paul from the 70s. And let me remind y'all, I do have t-shirts out now. Like for those of you who didn't see earlier, got a t-shirt you can buy. Like just this one. I did the design myself. Didn't pay some artist to do it for me. You know, I'll show you the page where you can get it. Where is that shit at? Right here on Etsy. There's a link in the description of this live stream you can follow and pick yourself up a t-shirt. Just says blues on it and got a picture of me like slouched over with a resonator guitar. Got my signature right there. More merch coming soon. I got a shot glass coming out. People are asking for a coffee mug. I might come out with one of those and maybe like a pub glass. And every time I hang that shirt up, y'all can see my beer belly. Tim Burton said that they were going to do practical application makeup like they did back in the day. Oh shit, that's cool. So he directed it again. Good night to Christy. Sean says, great shirt, I appreciate that. And Gizmodo says, oh, and $20 gets a Chinese egg. Yeah, yeah, $20. I'll eat a Chinese 100-year egg, 1,000-year egg they call them, or you know, Chinese old aged egg. $20 super chat for that. Like, I'll show you what they look like if you don't know what they are. Yeah, yeah. My wife's Chinese, and I just kind of have shit like this around the house. the 1,000-year Chinese egg. It's a duck egg. They age them in lye like for months, and yeah, $20 super chat. I'll eat one. I ought to charge more for them damn things. Tone says green eggs and ham. Yeah, how about brown jelly eggs and ham? George says, I want a shot glass that I can play slide guitar with. You could try it with mine when I come out with it. I'm just waiting on one to come in so I can look at it and make sure it's made right and all that stuff. Keith says, I'm getting one. Appreciate that, man. It might be my first sale, actually. Russell says, and they play with that nice tactile pushback that like Breed loves and Seagulls. Talking about a certain type of guitar. Steve Strecker says, hello from Mansalona, Michigan. What's up, man? Hello from South Kakalaki. Russell says, I was holding a Levee, and the store guy told me what it cost, and I put it down right away. Some high-end guitars that Charlie was talking about. Tone says, funky eggs. Yeah, really. They kind of got like an ammonia, kind of faint ammonia taste to them, like a little bit like piss. Sean Springs says, hey Ed, what's the difference between the blues and the blahs? Answer, you can't play the blahs. Oh, I've heard a lot of bands around here that play the blahs. Tone says green eggs and ham. Right, Sam, I am. Yeah, that fucking thing's like a little past Dr. Seuss. Those Chinese eggs. Tone says faint ammonia taste. Yeah. TT says, Ed, I may have missed it. Are you coming out with a signature slide? Like if somebody would partner up with me, like I don't know any companies I could call to have one made in my honor. But, that would be nice. I would love to do that. Tone says, I've never had them before. Yeah, the Chinese eggs. Yeah, I mean it's not it's not like the worst thing on the planet like people make it out to be, but they do suck. Try a Maton or a Cole Clark. Very good guitars for the money. They're both Australian brands. Okay, I have to look those up. Wonder what it costs to ship one from Australia. Can you put the tag for the t-shirt in the comments pinned? I think I can do that. Let me see. Copy. Will it let me do that? Paste. Yeah, there you go. That's the link to the Etsy shop where I'm selling my t-shirt. Call me weird, but I avoid things that taste like piss. You never drank a Mick Ultra? Hell. David Hicks says those bands are blasé. LOL. You're talking about the local bands who don't play the blues, they play the blahs. Yeah. Tone says boomerang guitar. Yeah. Like sometimes like on rare occasions in my life, I've gotten really pissed off and like just tossed a fucking guitar. Like I wonder if I bought an Australian guitar, if I gave it a toss, like would it like come back to me and shit. Charlie says go to a neon shop and get a stick or heavy wall 25mm neon tubing. Ask them to cut it for you or cut it yourself. Talking about like making a slide. Yeah, I never thought of that one. I mostly just use these two right here, just there's a brass slide. Like I usually put that on my ring finger. And I've got this deep socket here that I put on my pinky. And that's pretty much what I use on everything. Now, my last video that's coming out tomorrow morning, the old Shake 'em On Down video, Fred McDowell style, I've actually got this little tiny slide that I bought at the Shack Up Inn in Clarksdale in Mississippi. And I use that slide on there. It's like kind of thin, like just made of brass. Gizmodo says, make some bottle slides. Yeah, I've got a few of them. Yeah, I've actually got a video on here about how to make a slide out of a wine bottle. Just using kerosene and string. Sean says, saw Tommy Emmanuel recently. He used a Maton guitar. Or Maton. That guy can fucking finger pick, I'll tell you that. Hey Ed, do you like Motley Crue? I like a little bit of Crue, you know. A lot of that 80s cock rock I'm kind of averse to, just for, I don't know, cultural reasons, because I kind of grew up in the 90s and stuff, and was in punk and all that stuff. But the Crue's like a pretty good band. Would love to see him one day. TT says handmade bottle slides, like from your video, would be cool. Yeah, I mean, I guess somebody could pay me to go out and buy a bottle of Chianti and and cut the top off and sell it to them, you know. You have to figure out the logistics of that. JD Matten, awesome. JD says Mattens are awesome. I have an old Emmanuel signature. Damn. I want to get one of those damn Esteban guitars, you know, like from the 2000s that cost like $150 or something. Remember that guy Esteban? He kind of wore a hat like this, and he played like classical and flamenco and stuff. And he came out with a guitar that he sold on infomercials, and it was like the biggest piece of shit ever. But it was like $150 or something like that. Get me one of those. Try it out. Use the dead soldiers in back of you as a slide, as a guitar slide. Mike Cross says, how about a little Jorma Kukanon with some Blue Railroad Train? I don't think I know that one. David Hicks says, brass is the only way to go in my book. Not sure if that's because I prefer playing acoustic. You know, well, this guy here, this chrome deep socket, like, it's pretty heavy. So you can only use it with pretty heavy strings. Like I probably wouldn't use this on like an electric guitar. But you know, certain acoustic instruments like this resonator back here with really thick, like medium Martin strings on it, like works great. This guy here, like this brass slide here, is kind of thinner, more lightweight. It actually works pretty good on an electric or an acoustic. This guy here, very thin, very lightweight, just kind of fits on your pinky like that. Pretty much only works on the fucking electric. Just kind of depends on the weight and thickness of the slide. So Tommy's an Aussie bloke. I didn't know Tommy Emmanuel was Australian. Never heard him talk. George Anderson says, I love me some Tommy Emmanuel. He introduced me to Chet Atkins style of playing, a.k.a. boom chuck. Right. Yeah, that finger-picking style. Ed, have you heard of Justin Johnson? Oh, yeah. He's big guy here on YouTube. He does, like, these really long videos, like just kind of playing instrumental stuff. I haven't seen a lot of his stuff, but he does have some good stuff from what I've seen. Guido Barrett says, after cigarettes, can you play Dust My Broom? Yeah, I can do that for you. Charlie says, you ever see the video of a guy walks into a store, plays a cheap toy Hello Kitty guitar, and plays SRV? I haven't seen that one. We can look that up in a minute. Keith Peterson says, I just ordered my t-shirt for $24.99. I appreciate that very much, man. Probably my first sale on that t-shirt because I just announced them. Just subscribe to your channel, love from Quebec. What's up, man? Mr. Vital Bigris. All right, let's do some Dust My Broom. Of course, I have to retune here. Close enough. George Anderson says, I'm playing with the brass slide because it's a little too heavy. In the beginning, I tried glass, but it was too late, and I ended up hurting my wrist. That brass makes you slow down and think for a second. I always like the metal sound like better than glass slides, even though I make the the wine bottle bottleneck slides. Kind of like the metal sound is more crisp, you know. Tone says, now that's what I'm talking about. Appreciate that, man. Charlie says, why am I the first like here? Come on, people. I think you might have like a delay on yours. I got 55 likes in my thing. But and he says, smash that thumbs up button. Yeah, man. Yeah, y'all do that. It helps me on the algorithm. Helps the show get more popular. Sean says, with the 10-year-old guitar strings, you never need to retune. They're stuck. might need to lube your nut there too then. Kind of sounds perverted to say that. Like, sometimes you got to lube your nut on a guitar. I just take a damn pencil and write in those slots on there. You can probably see it. If I might be able to see it. It's kind of black around the slots on the nut there. Like, I just write in there with a pencil. It's graphite, you know. He says, well played, hip hip. Thank you very much. David Hicks says, yes, I'll settle for my heavy chrome slide. If I'm desperate, LOL. I think it was cut from a deep socket. It's a hand-me-down from a mentor that introduced me to slide guitar. Oh, cool. Yeah, this one should probably be cut like a little bit. Got like a heavy end on it. Guido Barrett says, perfect dust my broom. Appreciate that. Vital says, wow, appreciate that. How about Rory Gallagher going to my hometown? I don't think I know that one. Freebooter says, awesome, appreciate it. The Freebooter says, I use brass. Yeah, them brass slides work pretty damn good. Like, this one served me well. Great bowls of fire in the house. He says 56. Charlie says, I see 47 watching, only one like. Oh, we got a few likes on here. Got like 55. TT says, a rumor is Robbie Krieger only ever changed a string if it broke. A lot of people were that way, like back in the 60s. Like the Beatles were that way. Like, they'd only change strings when they broke. And you can see like mixed strings on their guitars when they're playing live shows. Charlie says, something is amuck on my count. YouTube has a delay in certain things, like certain statistics and stuff like that. Ronaldo says, greetings from Argentina. Atahualpa Yupanqui, great guitar. It's like a guitar brand. Yeah, never seen those. George Anderson says, sometimes you need to give that guitar a little hot tua. Yeah. That's all you got to do. Like, hot tua. That fucking chick, like, she's got a podcast now, man. She's obviously Southern. Like, I saw the video. Like, I think she's from Nashville. Like, and I've known chicks like that in my life that talk that way. Let's see. Mike Cross says, would you do a banging Going to My Hometown by Rory Gallagher? You have to look it up. Yeah, I looked that up and try to learn some Rory Gallagher stuff. TT says Big Ben's nut sauce. I bought like a thing of that stuff one time. It comes in like a little plastic syringe looking thing. Like, I used it for a while, but the pencil works just fine. He says, sounds funny and it works. Not affiliated with Big Ben's. But yeah, if you got a guitar, like, whatever you do, however you do it, yeah, keep the nut of your guitar lubricated, because if you don't, it'll like creak and stuff and go out of tune all the time. Charlie says, okay, I just restarted my computer. I see 56. Oh, okay, yeah. Gizmodo says EVH would take his strings off occasionally and boil them. but didn't change them unless they broke. I've heard of people doing that, boiling their guitar strings. I don't know if it works. I've heard of bass players doing it. Apparently works good for bass. Never tried it. JD says in the Philippines they boil strings to clean them. Have to try that one day. Gizmodo says Setzer doesn't change his strings anymore. Damn. Yeah, I'll change mine like about every 3 or 4 gigs, like these days. Guido Barrett says, what is the model of your hat, bro? Your hat is so great. It's called a Jawa, a Jawa. It's made by American Hatmakers. And if you go in the description of this video below, you'll see a link to American Hatmakers website. You can find one. And if you buy one through that link, they'll actually, help me out a little bit. Steve Strecker says, will you play some Mississippi John Hurt? All right. Yeah, I'll do that. Guido says, do you live in Mississippi? No, I live in South Carolina. We'll do some Mississippi John Hurt. And of course, as always, have to retune. Close enough for rock and roll. Everybody but cruel Stackley, oh that bad man, oh cruel Stackley. Billy DeLine told Stackley, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife, oh that bad man, oh cruel Stackley. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stackley. Billy DeLine, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stackley. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stackley shot Billy DeLine about a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stackley. They all gathered round, hands held up high, and when they killed him, they was glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stackley. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stackley. Mississippi John Hurt doing an old ass song that probably doesn't have a known author. Probably from about 1900 or so, about 120 years ago, I'm thinking. JD says Alexior awesome strings keep sounding good till they break. I haven't tried those actually. I use Ernie Ball mostly. George Anderson says, I forget which famous blues artist said that they would like to take a cigarette ash and beer and mix it together and rub it on their strings to help deaden the sound to make it sound dark. I'd never heard that one. I'd like to see who said that. George Anderson says a Jawa, the hat. Yeah, the hat's called a Jawa, like a Jawa. They got like a brown one, and I bought the black one. Well, they sent it to me. They got some wild hats on that website of American Hatmakers. You know, pretty cool shit on there. Mike Cross says, awesome tune. Appreciate that. David Hicks says, I usually change strings when it breaks. It does bug me that the new strings has a slightly different sound than the rest of the strings, but I guess I'm too lazy to change the whole set at once. Like, my policy used to be, like, when one string would break, I would change the entire guitar. But these days, they don't really get a chance to break anymore because I just change them like more regularly. The TT says, "Damn, picking has me baffled. I got to dig in and learn that one. It's not a terribly hard one, like as far as finger picking goes. It's not like some Chet Atkins shit, you know." Midwest Adventure says, what's up, Ed? How's it going? How you doing, man? Doing pretty good down here in South Kakalaki. Mike Cross says, how hard was it switching over to the thumb pick? Well, I mean, I've been using one so long, like, I couldn't even tell you. Like, I was probably a teenager when I started playing guitar with a thumb pick. I mean, they are a lot different. You know, they're thicker, they tend to be, and don't have as much give in them, but just gotta get used to it. Guto Barrett says, what's the song you love to play from the bottom of your heart? A lot of those. I couldn't even say, like, plenty of them. You know, have to think about that. TT says, Mystery Train. Okay. Can I find lyrics for that? Hang on. I don't think I need lyrics, but I ain't looking through all that. I'll play all the lyrics I know to it. Sing, rather. Some delay going here.
Train I ride, 16 coaches long. Train I ride, 16 coaches long. Well, that long black train got my baby gone. mine, oh mine. Train, coming around the bend. Train, coming around the bend. Well, it got my baby. Well, it won't never happen again. Happen again. Happen again.
TT sends me $4.99. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that. He says, thanks, great, man. Always great. I say the live streams are the shit. Thank you. I appreciate that very much, man. And Gizmodo's tried to send me the lyrics on genius.com. Steve Strecker says, if I can remember correctly, you like Prince. Can we hear a little? I don't know any Prince, actually, lyrically. I have played Prince in a few bands. You know, I was never a big Prince fan, honestly. You know, especially when he, like, sued a fucking 10-year-old girl for playing his music on YouTube and stuff. But, let me see. He says, ragtime Prince that worked with Hendrix. Oh Jesus. I can't remember the damn chords to Purple Rain. Nancy Griffith, a singer, has some blues songs. I have to look that up. Says Jeff Hyatt. David Hicks says, I never used a pick or thumb or finger picks because I used to smoke too much weed and I could never keep track of my gear. Try to keep life simple. Right. Well, I mean, like any kind of picks you own are going to go down like a black hole and shit. I don't know how it happens. It defies physics, but guitar picks just disappear. They go into the, you know, the goddamn singularity of a black hole somewhere. I don't know how they do that. Let's see. Let's do a shot here. Okay, 1792 bourbon or the Sugarland Shine 120 proof Mountain Legacy corn whiskey out of Gatlinburg, Tennessee. What do y'all think? Send me them votes. Gizmodo says, I just can't get used to a thumb pick. Yeah, it's a lot different than a flat pick. I mean, they tend to be a lot thicker. Guitar picks are like socks and dryers. Yeah, that's definitely true. Gizmodo says corn. TT says corn. Kevin Todd says corn. Mike Cross says gotta go shine. All right. I guess the corn liquor wins this time. I guess we're getting down to business now. I can open it. Damn. All right. 120 proof corn liquor. This stuff is a bit hot. Like, it's kind of fiery. It does taste pretty close to street shit, though. You know, it's store bought, but it's pretty damn authentic. All right, cheers, L'chaim and Kim Pie. Let's have a shot. Moonshine face. Woohoo! Bitch, please. Steve Strecker says, sorry about that. Linus Canute. He says, Ed, any chance you could play some Lightning Hopkins tonight? I'd love to hear your take on his music. Yeah, I'll do some Lightning Hopkins. Y'all give me 1 second to step out and do a little business, and I'll be right back. All right, Lightning Hopkins. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning's bound to go shooting again. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning's bound to go shooting again. I'm gonna shoot my old lady. She been running around with too many men. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, and a pocket full of shells. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, and a pocket full of shells. I'm gonna shoot my old lady, throw her down in that deep dug well. Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. Only reason I don't shoot you right now, my double-barrel shotgun just won't fire. Lightning Hopkins out of Houston, Texas, the most important Texas blues man, arguably. Possibly besides Blind Lemon Jefferson and Stevie Ray Vaughan, but, he's up there. Let's see what we got here. David Hicks says, TT, if you start really simple and just alternate strings between your thumb and your forefinger and just do a really basic rhythm, you might find it getting addictive once you get hooked to the rhythm. Talking about thumb picking, like with a thumb pick. Gizmodo says, yeah, just work the thumb until it becomes second nature and then at the top. And try playing in drop D. It makes it much easier to start. Yeah, with finger picking and stuff. Also started to learn on open E or D tuning to keep it really simple. Right. I mean, I learned to finger pick when I was like a teenager. So I don't really remember how I learned, how to do it. You just kind of, first get the rhythm down, get the thumb down first, and then start adding the lead licks in there with your, index finger, basically. TT says, if you take a Dunlop or similar type of thumb pick, you can place it in a hot microwave water, heat gun, or hair dryer, then shape it to your liking. Also cut them. Just remember to sand the sharp edges. I mean, I usually don't reshape mine. Like I tend to just look for ones that fit, but I tend to use Dunlop ones. And like most of the ones I buy are like too tight, like they kind of squeeze my thumb to death. But you want it that way. You don't want it to rotate, like move around and stuff. Linus Knuth says, Ed, your performance is incredible. Loving the blues vibes tonight. Appreciate that, man. George Anderson says, shotguns, boom, chuck. Yeah. That's might be chuck boom that a shotgun does. Like Hawk Tua is chuck boom, like with a shotgun. Just got my Winchester 30-30 lever action back too, man. That thing's cool. Not a shotgun, a rifle, David Hicks says, LMFA defies physics. Oh my God, I'm pissing myself laughing here. Turns out it wasn't the weed, it was the singularity. Yeah, talking about losing guitar picks, right. George Anderson says, "Hey David, did you ever look inside the time vortex? That's the sound hole of the guitar. I've lost guitar picks in sound holes and had to sit there and shake them out. Yeah." TT says, "Sorry guys, was typing. Good tips." George Anderson says, "Call me Doctor Who." About time travel and stuff. I never sat down and watched an entire episode of Doctor Who myself, like a British TV show. Do you know any Blind Lemon Jefferson? I don't think I've heard of him. I don't know any verbatim by him. Like I used to play Matchbox with bands like Carl Perkins' 1950s version, but like to fill you in, Blind Lemon Jefferson was the very first really popular country blues artist. He was from Texas back in the 1920s, and he actually made like some serious bank and stuff. He sold a lot of records. He was actually able to hire a chauffeur to drive his blind ass around. He made pretty good money. He actually started the trend of people recording country blues artists. Gizmodo says the only problem with open tuning and starting is that you don't learn where the notes are in standard tuning. Yeah, I learned in standard first. I I do know that much. It's like 9 or 10. Linus says, enjoy the stream. Appreciate that. I'll tell y'all one weird thing, though. Like, I did not start with scales. I didn't know how to play a scale until I was in my fucking 20s. And when I learned them, it was just like an afterthought. I was playing in bars and stuff at like 15. And, yeah, didn't know a scale till I was like 20-something. George Anderson says, if you can learn open tuning, then all you have to do is find the corresponding string. You learn all the notes of the fret of that string. Open G teaches you the G string. Right, pretty much, yeah. But like on open G, like your fifth string, like the first from the top is going to be your G string. George Jennings says, I use a metal thumb pick. I got one. I never liked metal thumb picks, like too damn rigid. Midwest Adventure says, how about some Love in Vain? I'd have to get that one down again. I did a video on it. George Anderson says, shotguns go chuck, chuck, boom. Yeah, right. Boom. Right. Yeah, I got my old man's 12 gauge in there. Like double barrel 12 gauge. The scariest gun ever made. Ed, can you nail Albert King's string bending? Yeah, let me smoke this. I'll show you some Albert King. Albert King's lead is actually pretty fucking simple. He pretty much like stayed in like one particular area of the guitar. I've got one gun in here tonight with me. Let me see. That bastard. Covered in dust. This here is a replica of a Civil War Navy revolver. It's like cap and ball. And my dad fucked it up. It doesn't work. It's not functional. And you buy my fucking t-shirt, or I'll come to your house and I'll stick this up your ass and pull the fucking trigger, boy. But, yeah. George Jennings says, I learned the real old-fashioned way. I watched. Yeah, me, like it was watching and listening to, cassette tapes and just rewinding them repeatedly and stuff. People ask me for tabs all the time, and I have no concept of learning to play blues from tabs. I don't I don't see like how that would work. I mean, like metal and stuff like that, you use tabs. So Albert King, smoke this thing. Play a King Brothers medley. I don't think I know one. But yeah, Albert King, like, I've got dust all over me now. Let's say you're playing in like A. The A bar is right here on the 5th fret, You move down like 3 frets, and the Albert King lead is down here. bend like real hard, you know. Just find where your bar is, like whatever key you're playing in. So you're in B. Move down 3 frets on the bottom couple of strings. That's where Albert King is, like right there, like 3 frets from the from where the bar is, basically. And of course, he played with the strings like upside down with the thin string on top, like left-handed. Oh, Gizmodus, I think he's saying like play like a medley by some of the 3 Kings, like a blues, like when he says play a King Brothers medley. Let me see here. Okay. Yep. Kind of hard to tie those songs together. All right. George Jennings says, "Hey, if I do get one of your T-shirts, can you sign it with a silver Sharpie?" I got to set up a way to do that. Like I'm like using a fulfillment kind of thing, you know. Gizmodo says the problem is George, they are probably drop shipped, so Ed never sees them. Like merely, yeah, right. Like I put in the order, the company makes them, they send it to you. Maybe I should order a few more of them, like and get them down here and sign a few and sell them if people will buy that, you know. George Jennings says, I tune my 3 strings to open EB. He says EBE, so he's talking about the old cigar box guitar. George Anderson says, "Hey George, on my 4-string like Starbucks, I have it tuned to open G, kind of like the banjo without the high string. Like you basically got like a tenor banjo, yeah." And he says, "Cigar box, not Starbucks." Hey Ed, do you know Terraplane Blues? I do not know that one. I'm thinking about doing a video on that one. Like that was Robert Johnson's only hit when he was alive. Like that actually got out in the juke joints and got in the juke boxes and stuff. George Jennings says, George Anderson, I have a 4-string too. I tuned that one to DGBD. So basically, that would be open G. Gizmoda says, "Oh, I think there's a few folks in here that would buy them." Yeah, I'd hope so. I'd just put them out like today. But yeah, should probably get a hold of some and sign them, and like maybe if you want a signed T-shirt, if that's worth anything, like. Gizmoda says, "Yeah, that's a serious issue for sure. It's even worse for me. I only play open tune and never learned a single chord, and only tuned one of my guitars to standard a few weeks ago. Like, pretty good idea to learn in standard first." Midwest says, "I would love to see you cover that, Terraplane." Yeah, it's got some similarities to Crossroad Blues, but there's some differences. And the vocals on it are kind of crazy. Like that's kind of what kept me from doing it for a long time, was the vocals. Kevin Todd says, "How about a shovel guitar?" Well, yeah, didn't Justin Johnson do one of those? Like make a diddly bow out of a shovel. I could try this thing here. My dad's old pickaxe. Maybe I can make a guitar out of that. And let me tell you something, boy. If y'all don't buy one of my T-shirts, I'll come to your fucking house with this pickaxe and I'll shove it right up your fucking ass and dig around and stuff and scramble your fucking organs. So you buy one of my goddamn T-shirts, motherfucker, or I'll fucking murder you. But anyway, yeah. That could be a diddly bow. Like, maybe. The damn blades kind of coming off of it. It's loose and stuff. Oh, look at that. Well, have to tighten that up. Says, "Sorry about my delayed responses. I'm way behind on the feed." TT says, I think I'm drinking more than the host. This has got to stop. Please try to keep up, Edward." He's out drinking me. Gizmodo says, "Ed's a lightweight." I don't know about that. Shit. I've been drinking a long time. Midwest Adventure says, "I'm trying to learn it right now." Talking about Terraplane, I guess. Gizmodo says, "Can't handle this Chinese paint thinner." I ain't got no more of that. I got to order a bottle. Gizmodo says, "I think Justin Johnson sells shovel guitars." Oh, shit. I saw a video about it. And Midwest says, "Mad to glad." Kevin Todd says he does. Gizmodo sells shovel guitars. Midwest Adventure says, "I make a guitar from the old shotgun." That would be kind of interesting, like to make a guitar out of like an old dilapidated gun or something. Grab me a beer here. George Jennings says, I do custom 3 and 4 CBG. Talk about tuning, but I'm not here to advertise. I like the music. Oh, he does custom cigar box guitars. Okay, cool. Well, do you have a website I can possibly link to? Actually, I'll tell you what, George. Let me see if I can mod you here, and that will allow you to put a link to wherever you sell them at. How do you create mods? Yeah, there you go. Pickaxe would make one hell of a crossbow. Possibly. I mean, yeah. Might be a way you could modify one into a crossbow or something. So Gizmodo says that anything he records will become #1 with a bullet. Oh, shit. George Anderson says it's supposed to slide down like that, so you can put it in your book bag while you're camping. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that. Yeah, never been much of a pickaxe user. I don't work in a mine in the 1800s, and so I. He says, not at the moment. Don't have a website. Yeah, get some shit up on online. You can sell that stuff. TT says, and when you run it out of arrows, you can use the axe as a weapon. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And TT says, Walking Dead guitar. Let's see, questions, comments here. I'm working on a Facebook page for people to order from. Oh, okay. So like selling through like Facebook Marketplace or something like that? You could probably do like Etsy too. Like weird stuff like that does pretty good on Etsy, I think. Midwest Adventure says, play us your favorite Robert Johnson song. Probably have to be Crossroads. Let me see. Gizmodo says, do you know any Tommy Johnson? I did a video on Canned Heat, like his version of it. I have to relearn it. Focus, come on, focus camera.
I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. the crossroads, fell down on my knees. Ask the Lord above I may sin on. Say, poor Bobby, please. Down at the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. Down at the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. Nobody seemed to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. I went to the crossroads, I looked east and west. I believe to my soul now, yeah, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. I went to the crossroads, rising sun going down. I believe to my soul now, babe, whole body's sinking down. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe, believe I'm sinking down.
All right. George Anderson says, West Virginia has coal in the mountainside. We learned to use those things young. Oh, talk about the pickaxe. Damn. They're still using pickaxes? I thought they'd have like some kind of industrial equipment and shit for that now. Martian Murray says, so you use a slide on your pinky or ring finger? It depends on the song and like what other fingers I need for fretting and stuff. Like this brass slide I use on my ring finger, like playing certain stuff, and this guy here I use on my pinky, like the deep socket. Midwest says hell to the yes, appreciate that. Sapeel Steve says, hey Edward, how about some Freddie King blues? By the way, terrific playing as usual. Okay, I'll go play some Freddie King. See if I can get it right. A little bit of solo Freddie King there. The best way I can do it, like without a band. And Sapil Steve sends $10. Appreciate that very, very much, man. He says, great play and thanks, Edward. Appreciate them super chats. Life of the show. I don't put ads on these, of course. George Jennings says, I'll have to build you one to play on your live stream. Yeah, I'll play it on here. Linus Canute says, man, Edward's got that axe singing the blues tonight. His riffs are cutting through the air like a hot knife through butter. Ain't nothing like the soul of a true bluesman. I appreciate that, man. George Anderson says, loving it. Appreciate it. Vic Morrison says, great googly moogly. Baynard. Questions, comments, y'all? Smoke me a cigarette. Vic Morrison sends $2. Thank you very, very much for that. It's the only way I can monetize these live streams. They usually get me for like content ID on these, like copyright shit, and they so I can't put ads on them. If you do see ads on one of my live streams, it's probably because Google like put ads on it and takes all the money, you know, for publishing companies. But I don't put ads on them myself. Vic Morrison says you earned it. Appreciate that, man. I got a version of old Hideaway by Freddie King on my damn Patreon channel, actually. I recorded it twice. Like I put that version up there, and I forgot about it, and I sat out here all day one day, like making another version of it, like on video, and I was like, yeah, that sounds real good. And I went back and looked on Patreon, and it was already on there. I was like, damn it. So I had to throw that version away. But, yes, questions, comments? Turned out to be a pretty good stream tonight. How's about a shot? Hill. Say Courvoisier or bourbon. Courvoisier Cognac VS and 1792 Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Get them votes in. Martian Murray says Cognac. Kevin Todd says Cognac. So I might finally get to drink some cognac tonight. George Anderson says, how did you learn about a lot of these old players from the 1900s? Who introduced you to them? Well, it was kind of a process for me. Like, okay, so back in my teenage years in high school, I was listening to Hendrix and Bob Dylan and Clapton and people like that. And so it's like, oh, okay, who they listen to? That's how I discovered, blues music and Robert Johnson, stuff like that. And I kind of went back from there. There's also a little bit of that influence from the bluegrass side of things, because all those guys used to listen to Jimmy Rogers and shit. It's kind of mostly like listening to more modern artists and figuring out who they listen to and kind of going back. Another vote for Cognac. George Jennings says, you'll have to send me your mailing address. My email is Uncle George. Okay. I will. All right. Yeah, I'll send you my address. Just go down to the bottom of the description on this video, and my email's down there. And hit me up on there. Marcus Stauffer says, if you went to the Crossroads, what song would you play? Well, I've been to the official tourist Crossroads in Clarksdale. Played in Clarksdale near there, and I played all kind of stuff. But if there was a real Crossroads, I'd probably play Crossroads. I don't know. Did you pick it off records a lot? Cognac. I kind of learned just through, just listening to tapes and stuff like back in the day. So I'll do some Cognac. Cognac won the vote. George Anderson says yak. Gizmodo says, why hasn't someone made a guitar out of an axe? Yeah, I don't have an axe anymore. Mine got thrown away, like the old one I had. That would be a good idea. All right. Now let's see. Is my brandy glass clean? That's clean enough. You gotta look all sophisticated when you're drinking this shit. Hello, ladies. Oh, boy. Like if I did take the pickaxe up there and make a damn guitar out of it, people would probably say, "Look, you're knocking off Justin Johnson," Yeah, some nice smelling stuff, very very raisiny kind of flavor to it. I'm just gonna sip it. Sapeel Steve says, Ed, idea for your next round of t-shirts, put the logo on the back and a pocket in the front of the shirt. If I can make one with a pocket, I will. Yeah. All right. Probably make one with my album cover on there. If I can get the resolution right on it. But yeah, coffee mug will come out since y'all asked for it. Got the shot glass coming. And if y'all don't buy that shit, I'll take this grill lighter right here and I'll burn every inch of your fucking body. I'll come to your goddamn house if this thing will light. Guess it's out of gas. You better buy my goddamn shirt, motherfucker. George Jennings says, I made a 2-string bibbly bow out of an old boat oar. That could probably work. A bibbly bow. Where's my diddly bow at? Well, it's stuck to the wall. Got one right here. You can barely hear it. Not very good at playing it. Like a rogue dead guy ale, covered in dust. It's a very dusty building. This is PAF pickups. Love them, yeah. Got the Gibson Les Paul back here, of course. Got the PAFs in it. Got the Gibson SGs, got PAFs in it. Can't wait for the shot glass, he says. I'm going to wear that fucker out. Yes, it's coming. I just got to get one in the mail and make sure it's made right and all that good stuff. George Anderson says, as a blacksmith, it would be very difficult to drift all those holes for the electronics and parts. Axes are normally hardened steel. But I bet your drill bits would sing. I mean, you could always like find some kind of way to like attach them to there, like without drilling holes. I don't know. Like making a guitar out of an axe, like a diddly bow. Another sip of this fine cognac here, this Courvoisier. Yeah, that's good stuff. Never thought about that, like drilling holes in like hard ass iron like an axe head. Yeah. Play this old bastard shit. The old Lion and Healy Marquette. That was called the guitar rag here on the old 120-year-old guitar, the parlor guitar. David Hicks says more like screaming than singing. Frank Morgendorfer says, you got some fine guitars. Yeah, I would like to think I do. But Martian Murray says, I like the inlays on that fretboard. Yeah, I believe they're original to the guitar. It's an old-ass guitar, about 1900 or so. George Anderson says, shoot, if you're making a diddly bow, I'll take one really long string and wrap it from the handle to the head, back to the handle. It'd be like a two-sided diddly bow. Double-bladed axe, if you will. Right. Sounds like a plan. George says, old parlor-style guitar, some of the best. Yep. Yeah, my video on Crossroads, like my first video on this channel, like had this guitar on it. Goddamn other slide at. Keep losing stuff. Like too much stuff on my desk. Oh, here it is.
It's all a spoon. All that. Women going crazy every day of their life about her. Would you kill a man dead? Yes, I will. All about her, baby. Oh, you know I need that. That doctor's dying way in Hot Springs. All about her. Most every man is a fool about that. Don't take me long to get my baby. Oh, you know I need my heart as baby. Wake up, gonna fight all about us. Put millions in parchment, doing lifetime all about us. Oh, you know I need that. It's all I want. In this creation is a most every man is a fool about us. Gonna slap the judge all about us. Oh, you know I need that. That doctor's dying with Hot Springs. All about her, baby. Oh, you know I need that.
Hey, some Charlie Patton. Brian B says, I bet 9-pound hammer would sound good on that old guitar. Well, the damn neck's like so bent now. Needs a neck reset. Like I can't really do much fretting on it. Like that's why I'm playing like mostly slide stuff on it, like pure slide stuff. But yeah, 9-pound hammer. Let's see. Let's do acoustic.
heavy for my size, heavy for my size. Roll on, buddy, pull a load of coal. How can I roll when the wheels on go? I'm going up the mountain to see my baby, and I ain't coming back. I ain't coming back. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels on go? Nine-pound hammer that killed John Henry. Well, it's gonna kill me. It's gonna kill me. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels on go? I'm going up to Holland, going back to Hazard, just to get a little brew, oh, to get a little brew. Roll on, buddy, pull a load of coal. How can I roll when the wheels on go? Getting a little too heavy, heavy for my size, heavy for my size. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels on go? I said roll on, buddy, pull a load of coal. How can I roll when the wheels on go?
There's some 9-pound hammer there. Written sometime in the early 20th century, I believe. Made popular by Merle Travis. A lot of bluegrass people did it. I heard Bill Monroe do it when I was a kid. Says Brian says, love it. That's a pretty complex song for its era. I'm kind of doing the Merle version, like the Merle Travis version of it. It's an old coal miner song, you know, probably from Kentucky. It talks about like Hazard County. You know, you like ever watch the Dukes of Hazzard? Back when they used to play that on TV. Harlan, I believe, is like in Kentucky too. You know, going back to Harlan, going back to Hazard, get a little brew, right? Like up in Kentucky, like I believe that they may have independently like invented their own style of thumb picking. I don't know if they were influenced by Piedmont blues, but it's very similar. I think they came up with that independently, like just like the Kentucky, you know, thumb picking style. Of course, like Merle Travis, like you know, was the best practitioner of that. Questions, comments? Another sip of cognac. Being all sophisticated up in here. Ooh, yeah. Kind of good every now and then to take a break from like whiskey and beer and stuff, and you know, like try something different. And I like me some goddamn Courvoisier. Hang on one second. Oh, okay. And is Charlie still in the house? Like there was something he wanted me to look up, like that was interesting, and I forgot what it was. Smoke, smoke, smoke them cigarettes. Those early Kentucky guys, like playing style, was probably influenced by banjo picking. That's possible, yeah. You know, like in eastern North Carolina, they were kind of getting into the 2-finger and 3-finger banjo picking style, and that might have crossed over into Kentucky, like somehow, yeah. George Anderson says Roscoe P. Coltrane. Don't think I know him. But like Cannonball Rag was like an early, Kentucky like thumb picking song. Like Crazy picking by Merle Travis on that one when he recorded it. This is interesting history for sure. Yeah. Kentucky was a hell of a state for music, man. They come up with fucking bluegrass, with Bill Monroe. I got to meet a couple of times. Right in that kind of that mountainy Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina area, like a lot of crazy music came out of there. Mostly like influenced by Scots Irish folk music and a little bit of blues and stuff too. Talk to me, people. Talk to me, people. George says, well, it's past my bedtime. Good night, everyone. Good night, George Jennings. See you next time. Let me know when you get some cigar box guitars out there. I'll show you mine before you go to bed. The neck on this thing is like getting way out of shape. I can barely fret it now. I handmade it with a cigar box I bought at the cigar store. Let's see. Play something on it.
Shackles on. Get your way down here. Get your way down here. Get your way down here, now, baby, all night long, now, baby, wall to wall.
The good old cigar box guitar. Half my damn cigarette done burned out. Says perfect song, Ed. Ask it, George. Please don't go. Please don't go, baby. I can't believe that thing still works. Brian B says, interesting how styles of music seem to float around and settle in a region like Muscle Shoals or Delta Memphis or Detroit, etc. Yeah, I mean, music kind of gets concentrated in like certain towns and stuff. Certainly didn't happen around here, like in my area. You know, like here you're gonna go to the bar and you're gonna hear fucking like Black Crows and Three Doors Down and shit like that. Yeah, some of those music towns like Memphis and Nashville and shit are pretty amazing. But around here, like I'll play a bunch of blues stuff, and somebody will come up and be like, "You know any goddamn Disturbed, man?" No. You see what I've been playing all night, right? Kevin Todd says Austin. Yeah, Austin, the live music capital of America, right? I always used to watch Austin City Limits when I was a kid on PBS. Used to have some good country acts on there. Like they had Bill Monroe on there. They had Keith Whitley. They had all them bluegrass guys, George Jones, like people like that on Austin City Limits. Who here, show of hands, watched Austin City Limits like growing up, or maybe when they were grown, like back in the 1980s? Kevin Todd says, "Great show." Yeah. They even have like health benefits and stuff for musicians in Austin. C. Cone says all the time. Used to watch Austin City Limits. And Brian B says yeah to that. Now here in Aiken, South Kakalaki, like and even in like Augusta, the nearest large city to here. Kind of a musical backwater. And Augusta, has James Brown. Like, he was fucking awesome. But you go into a bar here, you're gonna hear that damn that Nickelback like playing on the goddamn jukebox while you're trying to set up. That Nickelback and that fucking Disturbed and stupid shit. And that's what people are gonna ask you to play too. Don't matter if you play blues music all night or country music or whatever kind of music, they're going to come up and be like, "Hey man, you know fucking that song from like 2002 that like sounded like shit? Like I really like that song." Like, no way around it, George Anderson says, "Where there's great suffering, there is great understanding." Yeah, no, like Aiken here, kind of a money town, like a yuppie town. I didn't get none of that money. We have like a lot of rich Yankees that move down here and retire and stuff, and not a big music tradition here in Aiken, except there was a band back in the 1920s called the Aiken String Band that got recorded. That it kind of had like mandolin music and stuff. Let's see if I can find that. Actually, I don't think they'll burn me for playing that on here. Let me look it up. Oh god damn, this keyboard is... It's gonna destroy my fucking record needle. Oh, it already has. Damn it. I think I gotta buy a new record needle. Yep, son of a bitch. Okay. Let's find that, okay. Take me a second. Boop, boop, doo. Okay. So here is some music from my very town of Aiken. Kind of white, but you know, it's kind of cool to listen to. Let's play it. Yeah, got to get the ads off here. Hang on one second. Come on, come on. Being slow. Guy winding his record player up. This song is called The Carolina Stomp Down. Got to wind his 78 player up. Come on, play it. From OK Records, like done a lot of blues artists on OK Records. Can y'all hear that? I can't hear it. Hang on.
Well, that's all. Swing your corner. One more drink.
Any sound for y'all? I can't hear it.
Promenade.
Okay, they hear it. Okay.
Where do we go from here?
Why is it not playing for me?
Halfway.
Well, anyway, that's the Aiken String Band. That was done in 1927. Gizmodo says, "Free bird." And I tell you what, motherfucker. Marshall Tucker was close, weren't they? Kind of upstate for me. Yeah, like a Spartanburg. Kind of up towards the mountains. George Anderson says it was one of the only 4 channels we had. Let's see. Nickelback came from a town a few hours from here in Alberta, Canada. I did not know that that Nickelback was Canadian. It's kind of a blight on Canadian music, like some good bands from up there, you know. The Guess Who and Rush and shit. Let me see. George Anderson says, I thought we were living it up when we got to watch the Grand Ole Opry. Oh yeah, they had it on TV, like yeah, back when I was a kid. Yeah, they still have that on TV, like on some channel. Hyro Wow Guitar says, could you tell me what kind of acoustic guitar you used? Your Martin guitar is a 00018 or a Road Series Junior Series. This this guy here is a Sustainable Wood Series. The numbers on it are SWOMGT. Actually given to me, this one was. Most people I know here would never get caught dead with a Nickelback album. Laughing my ass off there. It's so terrible and cheesy. Yeah. Nickelback, like, probably the worst rock and roll band of all time. Even behind, like, the Bay City Rollers and shit like that. David Hicks says they got no soul. Yeah. Yeah, it's all kind of like grid aligned, like, you know, bullshit, like studio corrected bullshit. David Hicks says literally and figuratively. Yeah. C. Combs says, yeah, sounds like square dancing. It's pretty much what that is. Like, they had old, like, string bands in the South back then. George Anderson says, oh no, not the record needle. Those things are hard to come by now. Yeah, I believe I've destroyed my record needle by shoving my keyboard up under it. Yeah, that thing is fucked. Which I needed to get a new one anyway. Yeah, it's kind of worn out. Well, got to buy a new one. B. Hendricks said, Lord, I was born a rambling man. Talking about the Allman Brothers. Yeah. That's my destroyed record needle there. Damn it. That pisses me off. Whatever you do, buy a new needle and not a record player. Those new ones really suck unless you want to spend $300. Yeah, the one I got is like really cheap. Like it's from 20 years ago too. Got like a USB cable on it. But yeah, like sometimes when you're playing at the bar, like you still hear the old Freebird thing, like people do it as like a joke. I don't think they do it seriously. Like you'll hear like Freebird like out in the audience. Just like motherfucker. I know a lot of yous out there are Leonard Skinner fans, but like when you're a gigging musician, they can get old like after playing them for a while. There's a few Leonard Skinner songs I like too. Curtis Lowe's good song. Tuesday's Gone. George Anderson says I used to like CCR Down on the Corner. Pretty good song. Ever heard Mississippi Kid by Leonard Skinner? I don't think so. George said it was a good record, Down on the Corner CCR. Yeah, pretty good band there. David Hicks says, I would be seriously pissed if I destroyed mine. I paid $1 for my turntable at a garage sale, but I splurged on an $80 cartridge. Oh, shit. I think the needles for this thing like cost about $30. It's kind of a cheap record player. He says, great slide on Mississippi Kid. I've always told people like the greatest Southern rock band, like at least in my estimation, was Black Oak, Arkansas. Kind of more edgy, kind of piss more people off, Black Oak. When they ask for Freebird, play some Gojira riffs. One time, somebody asked for Freebird. I played at a place when I was 18 years old. It was a brew pub. Kind of in a punk band at the time, and a girl came up and threw money in the tip bucket and seriously asked for Freebird, and I was like, oh, okay, whatever. And I played Free Turd. The band didn't know Free Bird. I just kind of played it on the guitar, and like I changed the lyrics to Free Turd, and never got to play at that place again. You know, if I take a shit tomorrow, would you still remember me? When I'm as free as a turd now, and this turd you'll never change. I do play the odd version of Sweet Home Alabama sometimes. You know, if I'm drunk enough at the gig, and I got some friends there that like really want to hear it and stuff, I'll play it. You know, but fucking Skinner, man. You know, George Anderson says, well, as your cigar box guitar can attest, it's all about the quality of the electronics. Right, I mean, you know, and the electronics in that thing are actually pretty cheap. They came out of a copy, like a Strat copy. I think it was like a First Act. I can show you the body if I can get the old LSD camera going. Let me see. Yeah, LSD camera. Woo! Up there, like that black body there, that's what the electronics came out of for the cigar box guitar, and the neck. Yeah, First Act guitar, like probably from J.C. Penney. David Hicks says, LOL, that's too good. Yeah, questions, comments, I'm down to 16 viewers. $17. And don't forget to like and sub. Yes. Like this channel, subscribe, share it on your social media, you know. Makes the channel grow, like helps me out in the YouTube algorithm. All that good stuff. C. Cone says Molly Hatchet. Molly Hatchet's pretty good with one of those old Jacksonville bands like Skinner. I got a Molly Hatchet record down there somewhere. I think I got a Skinnerd record down there somewhere. Can't hear them though because I fucked my needle up. But yeah, in my opinion, the best Southern rock band was Black Oak, Arkansas. Blackfoot. I used to have a Blackfoot record, the Strikes album. Used to play Train with a band. I think the old Medlock guy, from Blackfoot, he plays with Leonard Skinner now, doesn't he? Wet Willie, that's a good Southern band. My dad saw them a bunch of times back in the day. I believe that guy played harmonica, didn't he? The Dixie Deans. We had a band around here back in the 70s, 80s called the Dixie Dregs. Yeah, okay, yeah, he misspelled it. Yeah, Dixie Dregs. I believe they came from Augusta, actually. Local band here. Steve Morris was in that band, and he joined Blackfoot later. Not Blackfoot, goddamn Deep Purple. Yeah. And I believe the Dixie Dregs played mostly instrumental stuff. My dad used to talk about him a lot. Yeah, Steve Morris, yeah. I never knew if it was like Morris or Morris because my dad like talked like a country fucker, and he always said Steve Morris. George Anderson says, "Don't forget to like, sub, and buy a freaking T-shirt, or he'll take a record needle and yeah." Didn't he play with Kansas too? I think he might have actually. Yeah. He says jazz tinged southern rock. I don't remember them having any like vocal tunes. I believe it was like mostly instrumental. Like what I've heard of them. Like my dad used to go see them like back in the old days. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some business. All right. Says he sort of went the fusion route. Kevin Todd says a great guitar player. He did lots of session work with he did lots of session work. So may have played with Kansas. I think you might be right about that. We had a band here back in the day called Traffic, and let's see who else. God, a few bands around here back then. What's that other one? Can't think of the name. JD says, "Do you listen to Yes, Steve Howe?" Yes is a band I don't know too much about except their hits. Like "Owner of a Lonely Heart" and stuff like that. As far as like prog rock, I was really big on Jethro Tull. Like, got pretty much every album they ever made. Love King Crimson and Rush. Pretty good to watch play live and stuff like that. But from the prog rock era, probably going to be Jethro Tull for me, like the top band. Get me a beer here. He says, Steve Howe, Clap. Listen to that. The Clap by Yes, I guess. I'll try to look that up. Rat and Roll says, what got you into blues? Well, when I was in high school, I got into like psychedelic music, or middle school actually. Got into like Cream and Hendrix and old Bob Dylan and stuff like that. And I wanted to know who they listened to, and so I found like some stuff by John Lee Hooker and Muddy Waters and Robert Johnson. Kind of went from there. It was basically like who did Hendrix like who did Clapton like? Kevin Todd says Pink Floyd. I kind of have like an unorthodox opinion on Pink Floyd. My favorite record by them was Piper at the Gates of Dawn. I like the Sid Barrett stuff better than their popular stuff. The old 60s like psychedelic stuff. And Rat and Roll says, for me, it was the Vaughn brothers. Okay, like Stevie Ray and Jimmy. No, I just I got into like Clapton and Hendrix like back in the day, back in the 90s, and through that I found Robert Johnson, and my dad bought me a Muddy Waters tape, and he bought me a John Lee Hooker tape, and I kind of went from there. You know, it's like hearing like Cream records, like Crossroads. Like, did they write that? You know, right? JD says acoustic picking, Steve Howe, like Tommy Emmanuel. I think Tommy covered Clap by Steve Howe. I'd have to give that a listen. Steve Howe. Shit. In 1 second here. He says, you would like it. Okay, I'll check that out. Rat and Roll says, then I found Albert King, Buddy Guy, Lightning Hopkins, and T-Bone Walker. Okay, yeah. Yeah, pretty much about the same as what I did. Like, I heard like more modern artists, and I kind of checked out who they listened to and kind of went back in time. Yeah. So Steve Howe played for Yes. George Anderson says, thank you for a wonderful night. I must be going. My carriage is about to turn into a pumpkin. All right. I'll see you later, George. JD says, yes. Okay. I did not know Yes played stuff like that. I thought the star of the band was like the bass player. That felt that it used to like change his bass strings like every single night, like before the gig and stuff. They had a crazy fucking bass player. And Gizmodo says Chris Squire. Oh, okay. The bass player for Yes. Okay, yeah. Like I saw a fucking interview with the bass player from Yes, Chris Squire, I guess his name was, and he was talking about like them opening up for Jimi Hendrix in their early days, and he says Hendrix is over there trying to show fucking Noel Redding how to play the Rift of Purple Haze, and I wanted to take that bass out of his hand and play it myself because they couldn't learn it. JD says Steve Howe was the star acoustic virtuoso. Okay, I didn't know that. Rat and Roll says, before I started playing blues, I was into classic rock and hair metal. All I wanted to do was shred. This is kind of a similar thing for me. I was more into like psychedelic rock, and played punk for a while. And hair metal, like, never a big thing for me. Was for my dad. Like, he liked some of that stuff. But he was mostly like a 70s rock guy. He was into like Kiss and Ted Nugent, but he liked some of the 80s metal too. Yeah, but I mean, kind of similar story for me. I was, I started out like on guitar at least, like kind of into rock and stuff, like old rock. Of course, like as a kid, like pretty much all I heard was bluegrass. Rat and Roll says Jimmy Vaughn opened for Hendrix. I didn't know that. I didn't know he was that old. Shit. Shit. Linus says blues is a feeling. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. You got to have the feeling for it. Gizmodo says, well, I would suggest that Rick Wakeman is also a big name in Yes. And what did Rick Wakeman, he's a singer? Like the old tenor guy? I don't know enough about Yes, really. JD says, I think Jimmy was a prick to Stevie. I see. I don't really know the story with them two. But yeah, like Stevie was the younger brother, right? And Hendrix opened for the Monkees. Yeah, right. Back in the '60s, rock and roll had not divided into a bunch of like subgenres, and so they would have like very weird combinations of people like touring together. And they made Hendrix open up for the Monkees, a teeny bopper band. They played in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Hendrix finally got like pissed off and slammed his guitar down and walked off the tour because he was tired of like I guess like 13-year-old girls like screaming for the Monkees. Wakeman played keyboards. Oh, okay. Yeah, they had some pretty good keyboard work from what I've heard in Yes. Like what little I've heard of Yes. JD says, Rick came in later on keyboards. Okay. I don't know, like for prog rock, like Jethro Tull just appealed to me more because they like some of their stuff had that fucking medieval kind of feel to it. But I can probably reach in here at some random spot and probably pull out a Tull record. Let me see. Oh, yep, right there. Heavy Horses. Something about some nut like playing the flute, in a rock band, like kind of appealed to me. Gizmodo says there's a huge difference between the early '70s Yes and later '70s '80s Yes. Yeah, like Roundabout was probably the '70s, and I guess Owner of a Lonely Heart was the '80s, right? Rat and Roll says Jimmy Vaughn was 17. Hendrix borrowed Jimmy's wah pedal and broke it. Hendrix gave Jimmy his wah. I didn't know Jimmy Vaughn was that old. Do you like Steely Dan? Never a big listener of Steely Dan. It's kind of light. I don't know what to call it. Like adult contemporary, like too adult contemporary for me. I never got into him really. Old Chevy Chase was like almost their drummer when they started. Linus says the blues had a baby and they named it rock and roll. Yeah, well, it's kind of like the blues kind of had sex with country and jazz and like in a threesome, and that kind of gave birth to rock and roll. Yeah. Martian Murray says, had a theory instructor that played with Jimmy Vaughn. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I never had like a formal music class. I had a music appreciation class in college that I took like for an easy A because I knew the shit already, and I didn't even have to take the final. Pretty much like very little formal music training outside of that fucking elective music class in college. I made up for it though. I did my homework. JD says, LOL, I read he didn't want to go to Woodstock. He said he didn't like hippies, Tull said. Ian Anderson, the leader of Jethro Tull, they said, there's going to be hippies and naked people everywhere and lots of drugs and stuff. And he says, hey, I think I'd fucking pass on that. Like Ian Anderson was like like completely like anti-hippie, anti-drug and all that stuff. Rat and Roll says, I only heard Reelin' in the Years. Yeah, that's their big hit. Yeah, Steely Dan. Yeah. Kevin Todd says, good night all. Good night, Kevin Todd. Five Card Grease says, one consistent compliment I get is I sound like real blues. No edu here either. No education here either. Well, that's good, man. Like, if you can get that stuff right, you know, people like it. Five Card says, but I listen to a lot of early blues stuff for some reason coming up. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, I mean, that's really the kind of stuff to listen to. I always told people, like whether or not you can play is based on influences. Like, usually when somebody sucks, it has to do with like having bad influences. JD and says, Ricky, don't lose number. Like when I started playing in bars, like as an early teen, I had to play like Hank Williams and George Jones and all that kind of stuff, and I thought it was kind of boring at the time, but it actually gave me like a real good music education, like playing that stuff. I learned what keys were and all that kind of stuff, right? Gizmodo says, I suck because I have no musical talent. It's got to practice, man. Influences, practice. Yeah. Rat and Roll says, do you watch Trailer Park Boys? That's a Canadian show, isn't it? I've seen like clips. I haven't seen like a whole episode of it. Gizmodo says, I practice every day. Shit. When'd you start? Like, when'd you start playing? Five Card says, yeah, when I got an electric guitar, I noticed Joe Perry's riff. Some of them are just straight blues. Yeah, I mean, like old rock and roll, like that old 70s rock is mostly like pentatonic blues riffs, basically, yeah. Gizmodo says 82. So you started when you were 82 and went back in time to your 60s. So Five Card says, but you got to find that groove though. Yeah, you got to get the timing. Like groove. I never had a good definition for that word. I guess it would be timing plus finesse, dynamics, like things like that, kind of mixed together. JD says, I'm still practicing hard after 55 years, LOL, and slowly getting happy with my playing after all this time. Yeah, I mean, it fucking takes a while, you know. But I still learn new shit, like, just about every week. Gizmodo says, I'm special, who knew? Basil Tiffany says, often in classic rock, the feel is the hard part, not the notes. Not easy to make Walk This Way sound right. Well, any kind of music, the feel, like it's really the thing. You can't be rigid. You know, you can't be like stiff in your hands and all that good stuff. You got to learn dynamics and, you know, things like that, good timing. He says bop and weave kind of stuff. You know, yeah. It's you know, but most of the terminology we use for music these days comes from jazz. All that started in jazz, and I can't play jazz worth a fuck. But yeah, just getting that feel and those dynamics and stuff like that. It's kind of, you know, knowing how to swing, I guess. JD says it takes some of us longer. Yeah. 5 Card says, yeah, same here. I've been playing the same stuff for years now. You know, like blues music, like that's especially about feel. You really got to have feel to play that stuff. You can't do it like a damn prog metal song. You have to kind of put some soul into it, I guess. I think it's time for a shot. Hell. Okay. What do y'all think? Kill this bottle of Irish whiskey, which has like about that much in the bottom, or the 1792 bourbon, Kentucky bourbon. Gizmodo says corn. I didn't put corn on the ballot. Basil says I'm going to take a shot of dark rum. Hey, I'll throw corn on the ballot, like if y'all want to see that. Let's see them votes. Marcia Murray says rum. I ain't got no rum. See, got to vote for corn. Got to vote for Jameson. 2 votes for Jameson. A vote for corn. So we're kind of tied. Corn from Robson Cruz. Let a couple more votes come in. R. Jones says do both. Shit, one at a time. Just on the drive back, have you played BB King tonight? Says Ron Swanson. I can do some BB King. Let me get one more vote for which liquor I'm going to drink. Looks like corn's kind of winning now. Yeah. Corn. Okay, yeah. All right. We'll do corn liquor. Y'all trying to kill me. Where's that shot glass? Basil says, my granny used to play BB King. I remember The Thrill Is Gone and Sweet 16 blasting. Damn, that's cool. There isn't much corn left. Yeah. That's plenty to get drunk on, I tell you. Where's the top here? Okay. Corn liquor. Cheers, y'all. We'll play some BB King for Ron Swanson. David Hicks says, do you know any corn? That wouldn't surprise me. No, I didn't really like corn like back in high school, like when they were kind of the new thing. Kind of hung with punks back then, like as far as like modern stuff. Yeah, more into the punk stuff. Get my wireless thing here. Kindly provided by the folks at X5. So the sound would be better if you switched off the noise canceling. Yeah, I got the air conditioner running back there. That's why that's on there. I'll cut this thing off. It's actually pretty cool in here. The BB King right there. Thrill is gone. Basil says, my favorite is this Chinese alcohol called Banjo. Like, I think I've heard of it. Like, I bought like a bottle of like Chinese liquor, you know, that my wife's grandpa used to drink all the time, and I used to drink it here on the show. I got to get another bottle. Basil says, don't get hot on our account. I hate being hot. It's kind of cool outside right now. Ron Swanson says, bourbon. I'll hit that in a minute. Let's see. Matoits Rulski says, otherwise, the sound is wicked. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I got the noise cancellation on here because of the fucking air conditioner back there. Linus says, sometimes the old ways are best. Yeah, especially with music. Like if you want to learn music, like, pretty good idea to learn the old stuff. Like if you want to know how to really play. David Hicks says, oh man, I like this groove. Thank you very much. JD says, it doesn't get much better. Appreciate that, man. Fred H says, great dude. Greetings from Argentina. Appreciate that. Greetings from South Carolina. Ogma says, you still here, bro? Yeah, I'm still here. Got about 16 people watching now. Pretty late in the game here. Questions, comments? Fred H says, you got the blues, my man. Appreciate that. Love the channel. Oh, cool. Yep. Yeah, y'all don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Ogma says, I just woke up in Ireland. Are you hungover too? Good old Ireland. What town? Matus Ruski says, cheers from Poland. Apart from the coming spacewalk, your live show is the best thing to happen this morning. I appreciate that. Thank you. Like a spacewalk going to happen tonight? Like the space station and stuff? 5 Card says, that's peak level for sure. I appreciate that. Fred H, it says, is that a resonator back there? Yes. Yes. So Morgan Monroe resonator. Round neck. Ogma says Cork. Okay. County Cork Island. I can't do an Irish accent. I'm sorry. Yeah, my mom's family's from there. Like, I'm half Irish. Can't you tell? Thanks for showing it. It looks amazing. Yes, it's a pretty good guitar. Robson Cruz says, where's your steel resonator? It's in the house. Got to do some work on it. Ogma says, close, LOL. Oh, bro, fuck. The coughing fit here. Let's smoke us another cigarette here. Ron Swanson, you still in the house? I'll do a shot of bourbon for you. If you're still there. But yeah, the old steel resonator is just like from Texas, supposedly, but I think it's made in like another country. But the company is from Texas. A Republican resonator, and it's aluminum, I think. But yeah, made of aluminum. Questions, comments, y'all. And in case you didn't see it earlier, I got me a t-shirt for sale. Like if y'all want to buy like an Ed Phillips t-shirt and wear it, you can get this in a link in the description of this video here. Like from an Etsy store I set up. And I'll show y'all the page here. Oh, not that. Hang on. Yeah. Just go there on fucking Etsy and, get you one if you want one. And if y'all do not buy this t-shirt, I will personally come to your house and cornhole you and beat the fuck out of you and stuff. So you better buy one. Hang this thing back up here. Got a shot glass coming out soon too, and possibly a coffee mug. Linus says the blues, gentlemen. JD says would cost a fortune to send to Australia. Unfortunately, the shipping might be bad to Australia. I don't know. Ron Swanson says I want one. Where can we order them, or when can we order them? Right now. You go to that link, and it's just right there, like in this video. Swanson says home. How about a drink? All right. I'll do some bourbon with you, Ron. JD says, love to have one. Yeah, pick one up, man. Shit. I will fly to Australia and whoop your fucking ass if you don't buy one. You want to try me? Okay. Let's do a shot of liquor with Ron. Some bourbon, some 1792 Kentucky bourbon. JD says, yes, it's bad. Shipping cost. Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's like the other side of the planet. Like probably some rough shipping. Fred H says, I have a question. While you smoke, what's your favorite open tuning? I don't really have a favorite, like between open E and open G. I mean, the open E kind of sounds meaner, like kind of like that. But I couldn't say I have a favorite. It just kind of depends on the song, And Linus says, I got to get paid. JD says, I'll work out the shipping. Ron says, I'm drinking some sour mash Kentucky bourbon in my glass. Okay. Damn. What brand? Ruski says, possibly you've just advertised not buying the t-shirt. I thought it was like good salesmanship to threaten to kill people like if they don't buy your stuff. Shit. Ron says I do it anyway. JD says it's like it's like $25 shipping. Oh damn. Or if it's like $25 shipping. Okay, yeah. I'm not sure like what the shipping would be to Australia. All right. Here we go, Ron. Cheers. L'chaim. David Hicks says, I think I'd rather choose the story of getting beat up by Edward Phillips. Well, there's a good way to do that. Like, it's called not buying one of my t-shirts, motherfucker. I'll come down there and whoop your fucking ass. Fred H says, I play guitar, but standard tuning, I like the open thing. Yeah, I mean, for slide, like, the open tuning is pretty much the best. I mean, I do play slide in standard tuning sometimes, especially on like certain classic rock songs like Rocky Mountain Way and shit like that. But, can't beat the open tuning for slide. Ogma says a B minor is a great blues key in my opinion. Yeah, that's pretty much what Thrill Is Gone is in. David Hicks says LOL that's why he plays 1,000,000 songs and has 100 guitars and he don't have to pick a fave. Yeah, too many choices. Ron Swanson says holy shit, this stuff is smoky. What brand? David Hicks says haha, exactly, Matthews. And I'll tell you what, JD, you email me and send me your like mailing address, and I'll just send you one since you're like a loyal, follower of the show. Like since shipping to Australia is like kind of shitty, I'll send you a t-shirt. Shit. If you want one, He's been here a while. I've never heard of a smoky sour mash liquor though. That's usually like a thing with Scotch, like smokiness. It's kind of strange. And Ruski says Nazadrovi. It's like a Polish cheers or like a Russian kind of cheers. Ogma says ZZ Top, Blue Jean Blues, and Peter Green use B minor too. Okay, yeah. The Blue Jean Blues probably was B minor. It's all good. I don't mind paying extra, mate. And JD says, okay. See, fucking death threats fucking work. Ron Swanson says Ezra Brooks. Okay, yeah, I've had that like a long time ago. So I can't like speak to the flavor. It's been too long. Robson Cruz says, good night, dudes. Thank you, Ed. All right. Thank you, Robson Cruz. Good night to you. But yeah, I'm going to come out with a shot glass pretty soon here. And people tonight like asked me to do a coffee mug, so I guess I'll put one of those out. Maybe some other stuff. Ogma says, I done ran into my baby and finally found my old blue jeans. Some lyrics there. Ron Swanson says 99 proof. Okay, yeah, some heavy stuff. 50% alcohol, basically. It's been a long time since I've had a bottle of Ezra Brooks. What's that cost now? Like about $25? Like JD says, yeah, the mug was really good. I'd like one. Okay, yeah, I'll put a mug out. Yeah, I've spent this whole live stream like threatening people with guns and pickaxes, like to buy my stuff. Like, so you don't buy me a goddamn shirt from me, I'll take this fucking pistol here and stick it up your fucking ass. Russell Zoner says, there are mushroom clinics in Portland here. Mushroom clinics? Wow. Like, can you buy mushrooms at the fucking store? Like in Portland? Ron says, here the 99 is 45. He's in Canada. For you is probably 30. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep. Gizmodo says the link is in the description. Yep, that's true. For the t-shirt, like a link in the description of this video here. And if you don't buy it, I will come to your house and personally murder you. So you better buy it. Gizmodo says, I could buy shrooms at dispensaries. Damn. Can't do that here in South Kakalaki. In fact, I'd probably be like more interested in shrooms being legal here than pot. Don't fucking like pot. Zoner says, no, it's a registered office. You're monitored by an actual doctor. It's not a real widespread practice, but it was made legal last year, mostly for clinically depressed people who have trouble. They treat that with mushrooms and shit. Martian Murray says, as long as I get to meet you. Okay, yeah. Roski says, there's a fantastic ballad by Verlin Thompson, the guitar. Have you come across that? I have not seen that. No. Jim Cox says, when are you going to put an electric guitar album up for me to buy? It's going to be this month. I've actually finished all the guitar on this new album, and all I have to do is sing it and mix it. Like sing like certain songs and mix it. Like I've got most of the singing done actually. Coming out soon. Fred H says, cheers with a bowl of weed. Gizmodo says, yeah, psychedelics are maybe the next great thing in mental health medications. Now, I used to do like acid and mushrooms and all that stuff. I always thought that like psychedelics like would exacerbate mental health problems, like in people. Like, damn. Swanson says shrooms and pot are legal here, but we have no other freedoms. Fucking messed up. Talking about Canada up there. Shit. Cox says, sweet. Russell says, they were never illegal in Oregon per se. Most people really get in trouble for trespassing where they're picking them because, pasture land is generally private property. Yeah, talking about like picking the mushrooms in the cow field and shit. Burn there doing that. David Hicks says, Swanson says, I can't wait, Ed. When will Patreons get a taste of the new stuff? Very soon, very soon. Probably this month. David Hicks says, shrooms are legal in Canada. Since when did that happen, Ron? Yeah. Kind of want to move to Canada now. Shit. Just freeze my ass off. JD says, you would think it would mess you up. Yeah. Like people who had like mental problems, like schizophrenia and stuff like that, like like mushrooms and acid would kind of exacerbate it. That's kind of what happened to like old boy from Pink Floyd, old Sid Barrett. Jimmy Cox says a microdosing is something a lot of people look at. Surprisingly, cocaine can help ADHD patients. Seems counterintuitive. Well, no, like Ritalin, they used to give to ADHD people. It's basically speed. Basically, like people with ADHD don't get enough like brain stimulation. So if you give them like stimulants like speed, they it kind of levels them out. Like, kind of makes sense. Legal here in California for religious use. You can join a church to get them. Like mushrooms, like talking about like a damn Indian religion or something, like the Native American, kind of religions where they have like shamans and stuff. Gizmodo says they're Schedule 1 federally. A while ago, they were still illegal at that level. Swanson says, I have PTSD, and now they have a ketamine program to restart the brain. Oh God, there's some damn ketamine. Shit. That's crazy. Using ketamine to treat PTSD, it might work. I don't know. David Hicks says ADHD patients are always counterintuitive. Lina says, I see. Ron Swanson says certain varieties are legal, and I'm not sure which when. Oh, okay. I thought the old psilocybin mushrooms were like a single species or something. Russell says, Gizmodo said, yeah, I'm sure you're right, but for now, Oregon has people in need, and we work hard on legislation. And Gizmodo says depression, PTSD. Says we do here in Washington too, like have legal mushrooms to treat PTSD. I just figured like mushrooms, like any kind of psychedelics would make that worse. I don't know. Praise be the magical mushroom, right? Russell says the real breakthrough study was in 2012 for ketamine. Most people who respond to it send a couple of hour-long sessions every few months. It's long-acting. Gizmodo says shrooms haven't helped me yet. I'm trying to get something stronger. But they kind of help me, like in psychonautic kind of ways, like God damn, I just met fucking God last night. Don't know about like real mental health problems, like for mushrooms. I have to see the studies on that. JD says, haha. Ron Swanson says it's crazy shit. They do it in a clinic. Like guys I know have done it. Say it's nuts. Russell says you're basically on a couch with a doctor, trip sitting for a couple of hours. Damn, wow. Shit. Ron says there are many varieties that even grow in Canada. Oh yeah, like they tell you to look for the purple ring around the stem, like for the psychedelic mushrooms. Like I like in my teens, like I had a girl come to the house and dump out a bag, like a book bag full of psychedelic mushrooms, like fresh ones that had just been picked out of a cow field. and we made tea out of them. Had a pretty fun night. They got like a ring around the stem. Let me back up here. David Hicks says, I always thought the red and white mushroom called Amantia muscaria only grew in BC, British Columbia, and places in Europe until I found them growing in my yard. You tried them and shit? Gizmodo says, with schizophrenia et al., they're not great, but for depression or PTSD, psychedelics, they're good. I didn't know that. Damn. Doot says, hey, Ed, when you're finger picking, do you use your ring finger at all? Or do you just use thumb, index, middle? Very rarely do I use my ring finger. Like, maybe like, Southern Rag, but by Blind Blake. He's got the ring finger on there, but like mostly just these three fingers. Ron says, stay away from the shrooms. I mean, I like pretty much like everybody in America should be required to take like psychedelics by law, like one time in their lives. We probably wouldn't have like so much stupid shit like in Washington. But yeah, like certain people should stay away from them. People with certain mental illnesses and all that kind of stuff. Gizmodo says, Amanita grows all over. Ruski says, they've got a drugged vodka in Japan. It's sake-delic. Man, I got to get some of that. Shit. Russell says, I don't actually like being on LSD, but I always feel a nice uplifting afterglow for a couple of weeks afterwards. I wanted the afterglow, not the trip. Yeah, this is kind of what pissed me off about acid, is it lasts too long. Like 10, 12 hours. I don't want that for fucking 10 hours. And then you get like the next day, you get the fucking coming down from it and all that shit. And the body feeling sucks from acid. Swanson says, I live in BC, British Columbia. David Hicks says, laughing my ass off, sake-delic. Yeah, I got to get some of that sake, like that sake-delic sake. Russell says, I'm actually looking forward to going hunting for chanterelles and whatever else we can find, but they really don't start kicking out until bow hunting season. Okay, yeah, chanterelle mushrooms, yeah, that's some good stuff. Good stuff. Amanita aren't quite the same as psilocybin mushrooms. Okay, I don't know what amanitas are. Yeah. So it's kind of different from psilocybin. Chanterelles are safe because they're not really any poisonous varieties that look like them. Okay, yeah, that's some good eating. Gizmodo says, not if you get good acid. No, the fucking good acid lasts too long. Like just hours and hours of that shit. You feel like shit the next day. Russell says, I had a product lined up, but it's illegal to sell liquor and cannabis mixed together in Oregon. I was going to call it pot shots, cannabis-infused liquor shots. Well, I've drank like weed-infused Jose Cuervo before. That was kind of a terrible experience in my life. And for a lot of people, microdosing doesn't work. Ron Swanson says, morels are my favorite. That they grow everywhere here. Like morel mushrooms. Yeah, that's kind of jealous now that morels don't grow here. David Hicks says, Ed, that they have done some serious studies, and it would have been mainstream by now if it wasn't Schedule 1 in the U.S. Tripping is not prescribed. It's the microdosing of the psilocybin chemical. Okay. So like lower doses of it that don't make you like trip so bad, like kind of helps you out in like certain certain health maladies. Russell says, I could tell the good acid because it would give me the good afterglow, but acid turned the world into a sickly green and made me want to sleep for days. And yeah, kind of the problem with acid is you can't sleep on it. Right? Like good stuff, like Linus says, talk about tripping now. Well, yeah, I've done me some tripping in my life. Ron says, hunting season just started here, and I'm going back to get a big buck. Hey, bag him, man. Bag him and tag him. Ogma says, morels. Yeah. David Hicks says it somehow helps with the brain chemistry, like talking about psychedelics. Gizmoda says, Russell, I knew a guy who was a chemist. It was clean. Talking about like acid? Shit. I got a fucking deer stand like way back in the woods. I got a lot of land here. Maybe I should do like a hunting stream like one day with my goddamn 30-30 or something, and do like a Ted Nugent Spirit of the Wild kind of thing. Like I'm sitting here like tracking the buck down, and oh, there he is. Like get off my tree stand and go to the buck like Nugent does on his show, and like jack off on the fucking dead carcass of the buck, and like, oh yeah, the beast is dead. Long live the beast. The Ed Phillips hunting show, yeah. Spirit of the Ed. So like Nugent's show was called Spirit of the Wild. Gizmoda says, actually, I've looked into getting a psilocybin study. The dosage is 25 milligrams, which is about the equivalent of 2.5 grams, which isn't micro for most people. David Hicks says, edibles and infusions do not agree with me, and I even used to smoke weed, but could not eat it without horrible effects. Usually will get nauseous. It's weird. Shit. Swanson says, I would love that. Do it. The hunting show. We got deers here. Russell says, they're going to make crossbows legal for hunting next year in Oregon. They had it all wrote up, and then, the pandemic happened, but it's coming. Shit. I mean, we got bows and arrows here. I don't know if crossbows are legal. Russell said, we have way too many elk. They're literally like euthanized like 120 of them a couple of months ago. Yeah, they probably like wreck people's cars and shit like that. Yeah, the elk. No elk here, just deers. JD says, any Bigfoot down your way? I don't think Bigfoot exists. I'll probably piss people off by saying that, but I don't believe in Bigfoot. Mostly a thing in like the northwestern corner of the United States, like where Gizmodus lives. Washington, Oregon. I don't think it's possible. From an anthropology standpoint, an ecological standpoint. David Hicks says, I would seriously watch Ed live from a tree stand. Okay, well, you know, I'll get my hollow body out and play some Great White Buffalo like Nugent, like on his fucking like cheesy hunting show on the Outdoor Channel. Get up in that damn tree stand and, you know, with my 30-30 and watch for some deers and be like, oh yeah, I want to kill that motherfucker. Yeah. Play some cat scratch fever. Yeah. Ron says, every Phillips I know is a good hunter, part of our heritage. Yeah, I got some hunters in my family. I was never that good at it, like more of a fishing guy. I'm gonna get me a brewski. Russell says another type of acid we got once was the purple pyramid, things that were like clear. The most fucked up acid I ever did was called black gel tabs, like little gel tabs, you know, crazy stuff. Gizmodo says edibles leave me hungover. I didn't know you could have like a pot hangover. He says, ooh, pyramid. Ron says, X-bows are legal here. I'm not sure what an X-bow is. Ron says, I love big bull elk hunting. No elks here, like just deer. Russell says, they can be violent and rut, but I stay in your car, they leave you alone. Hunting from the car, huh? like my dad used to do. Like, yeah, I was driving down the road, and I seen that motherfucker, and I run him over. Gizmodo says biological standpoint. Russell says, last year we had a mountain lion on haystack rocks at the beach. Got pictures of it swimming into the shore. Damn. We got like some bobcats around here. Ted eats what he kills, and he's a bow hunter, which takes real skill. Yeah, I mean, basically, like Nugent, before he retired, he would tour all summer. He'd spend the fall and winter like whacking off on deer carcasses, and that was his thing. Like he fed his family on the meat that he hunted. Ron Swanson says, the only thing I do more than hunting and playing guitar is fishing. Yeah, I'm more of a fishing guy myself. Russell says, I don't go to the hunting units during rifle season. And JD says, they say it's an interdimensional Bigfoot. I mean, you kind of have to know what dimension means, like from a physics standpoint. It doesn't mean like parallel universe, like in Star Trek or something. Or dimension means something you could measure, basically in physics. You know. Let me see. You can get ram tags again for Eastern Oregon now that they had them closed for a few years. Rams, damn. Yes, JD, I believe the interdimensional theory because I observed it. Mosquitoes have to be interdimensional because I've seen them disappear just before smashing them. Martian Murray says, I believe some places now have laws against hunting from your car now. Yeah, probably here too, but my dad didn't care. Russell says, actually, the elk have overrun all the historical sites. The The northwest point of Oregon is still strategic military. There's all sorts of protected locations, so you can drive around but not kill. Damn. Oregon, you can hunt from a moving vehicle, but you can't be in front of it. You have a disabled tag. Okay. David says, I tell people all the time mosquitoes are interdimensional. JD says LOL. I think guitar picks are interdimensional because they kind of disappear like into a singularity or something. I lose them. Ron says, all in my area, I have bagged almost all the North American game there is. It's amazing country. Talking about up there in Canada. Russell says, you can use bow retention devices if you have a handicap tag. Huh. Gizmodo says, in Michigan, the blind can legally hunt. How would you? Shit. Ron says, just ask and I've tracked them down. Yeah, me, like, I never killed too many land critters in my life. Like, mostly a fishing guy. Russell says, oh yeah, you never catch Sasquatch because of the extensive network of lava tubes all over the West Coast regions. I really don't think a population of great apes could like live in the Pacific Northwest without being discovered and documented. You know, I don't see it. I'm not a believer in Bigfoot. Ron Swanson says, I think guitar picks spontaneously combust. Crazy phenomenon. I mean, they just kind of like disappear into a black hole, like somewhere. We got like an interdimensional black hole we don't know about, like around here, and they just go down it, you know. What do you like to fish? Catfish. Cut bait, shrimp, you know, stuff like that. Just old rotten fish. Shrimp's a good one. Ron says, where are the remains? Yet can't find the remains of a fucking Bigfoot. David Hicks says, yes, that explains it finally. Guitar picks, mosquitoes, and Sasquatches exist on the same plane. Right. Somewhere in a parallel universe, there's a bunch of like Sasquatch guys that have like an excess of guitar picks and left socks and shit like that, and they don't know what to do with it. Gizmodo says Russell was RFK Jr. Ruski says if you can play by ear, you can hunt by ear too. Right. Dr. Pop says, speaking of catfish, do you know, I wish I was a catfish. Talk about catfish blues. I can probably play that when I smoke this. Yeah. Martian Murray says, I think Bigfoot was just some big hairy dude living off the land. Possibly, yeah. I just like, I think like ecologically and anthropologically, it's not possible for a bunch of great apes to be living in the woods in the Pacific Northwest and not be discovered or be able to survive. I mean, like at one time, gorillas were not known to science, but you know, people in the area used to talk about them. But it was a tropical region, and they could live there. So no cats here, but we have a lot of sturgeon. Look, to send me some caviar, man. Rulski says in Poland, we do not generally have guns. We need to hunt deer, moose, and such with a knife. It's more sportsman-like, I think. Kill fucking deers with a knife? Damn. How do you fucking, like, run them down and stuff? And what about the fucking Germans? Like, like, you gotta have some kind of guns, like, in case the Germans come back. Shit. Russell says, I wish I was a catfish swimming under the deep blue sea. That's catfish blues. And all them pretty ladies, they'd be coming after me. Ron says that there's a famous lake creator in Lake Okanogan here called the Ogopogo. Okay, that's like a damn Loch Ness kind of thing, like Loch Ness monster kind of deal. Yeah, in Canada, natives documented it for 1,000 years. Also bullshit. They call them yowies here in Australia. So you got the old Bigfoot thing too. Dr. Pop says a catfish by the great band Taste. Damn fine version, but your choice. I know the old one, I think. Have to see if I know the lyrics still. Jim Cox says jump out of the tree on their back. Ron Swanson says if you can't have a gun, you're not free. Yeah, that's pretty much the American take on it. Like, you know, got to have the option to, you know, like, do a boogaloo if you want to, right? Kind of how this country started. Catfish is one of the few freshwater fishes that actually has flavor. You know, sometimes they kind of taste like mud, but Ron Swanson says, or Putin. Yeah, pretty much. David Hicks says, but also the elk near where I live are also interdimensional because most hunters can never find them. My buddy is an avid hunter and he calls them forest ninjas. My theory is they teleport. Like, well, you know, like a deer here. I don't know about elk. But a deer, like here, like you get one shot and you miss him, like he's gone. It's like, pew, right? They're gonna take off. Gizmodo says, or nowadays the Russians, right? Would you play King Bee? I'll play that. He says the Yeti is real though. At least he could be in that part of the world. I don't know, like apes are kind of tropical animals. They kind of live on fruit and stuff. I don't know how like a great ape, like in the Himalayas, would live on fucking snow and shit. We have huge trout that taste amazing. There's no trout here. Kind of like up in the mountains around here. How much does it cost to rent a venue to have a couple of bands there? I don't even know, like these days. We used to like rent out like venues for punk and stuff, but I didn't have like nothing to do with the financial stuff, so I'm not even sure. Like that's 20 years ago. Damn it. Oh.
Well, I lay it down I was a catfish swimming down in the deep blue sea. Have all you ladies well putting out hooks for me, putting out hooks for me, putting out hooks for me. Well, I wrote a letter just to see my baby. She's still thinking of me, baby. Little old thing for me, little old thing for me, little old thing for me, little old thing for me. I went down to the church house, and I got on my knees just to pray. Said, Lord, what you thinking about, baby? Not a word to say, not a word to say, not a word to say, not a word to say.
Catfish blues there. What was that other one? King Bee? Okay. Some King Bee, baby, by the great Taylor Swift. Apparently, bigger than the Beatles now, like selling more records and making more money than the Beatles did back in the 60s. Ron Swanson says, I love this song. The inappropriate lyrics for the day are awesome. Only the black guys had the balls to do it. Right. Yeah, they had the dirtiest records back then. Which age is considered to be a cougar? Well, in my 20s, like girls in their 30s and 40s were cougars, possibly 50s, like if they look right. But now that I'm like 41, like there are no cougars for me. So I'm kind of the same age as the cougars. David Hicks says it depends on your age. 10 years older is definitely a serious cougar, right? Then MILF is 5 or more. I'd say about 10 years. 10 years kind of makes a MILF. Ron Swanson says, also the way they are as evident, like fierce, aggressive behavior. Yes. Thanks, Ed. That was sick. Appreciate that, man. David Hicks says, I remember my wife was pissed off when she was in her 20s. Some young guys called her a cougar. Oh, Jesus, no. No, cougar's like at least 30-something. Because, like in my younger days, I was kind of a MILF slayer. Like I was a cougar hunter. David Hicks says, but it's weird, Ron. It's all relative because I've seen lots of women I thought were cougars only to find out they were my age. Yeah, shit. Some people age differently. Yeah. Now, cougars like got to be at least 30, some 30, 40, 50, somewhere in that range. I fucking bagged me some cougars, back in the day. Ron Swanson says, how many cougars did you slay? I couldn't even tell you, man. It's gonna sound stupid, like, me saying this, like kind of bragging and stuff, but I really don't have a count on the on the fucking like the bag 'em and tag 'em count of my illustrious career as a player. Like I was pretty good at it. Shit. So David Hicks says, haha, did you hunt them or were they hunting you? Well, they kind of hunted me, like mostly like from playing gigs and stuff, like really. It's like, ooh, that's like some guitar asshole that I dated back in the 80s. Oh, I have to find out about him, stuff like that. Sid System says, old men in my country say that the one who pays ends up saving money. Right, yeah. Questions, comments? So David Hicks says, no, I read that. Ron Swanson says, wow, that many? Bet you learned some good shit. Your wife must love it. She hates the fact that I used to have like such a career and stuff. Look, I'll tell you this much. I'm very, very lucky that I don't have a fucking venereal disease or something. I had a good career, like as a player and shit. Not bragging, like, but is what it is. Ron Swanson says, she benefits on the action, though. Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the old MILFs, you know, they'd come to my concerts, or not concerts, kind of pretentious shows, barroom gigs, whatever, and you know, I'd kind of remind them of some guy they'd known back in the day, like, oh yeah, he's a fucking rock star, and you know, they'd come talk to me, and I'd, you know, talk to them back. It's like, oh, I love your hair. Like, chicks, like, still today, like, at gigs will want to feel my hair and shit. Can I touch your hair? David Hicks says, LOL, I really got us off track with the Cougars, and Ed missed my Yeti cup joke. That shit. And he says, probably wasn't that funny anyway. I didn't see it. What's the craziest shit that happened after a show? Probably some punk show where we got drunk and rode around and, you know, just did stupid stuff. That's a hard one to think of. The craziest shit that happened after a show. Let's see. Like one time, like I played a show on Halloween, dressed as the gay biker from the Village People. You know, Glenn, and, like some girl took me home, and a MILF, actually, 10 or 15 years older than me, and hung out in a studio with some person for some reason. I was kind of drunk, and you know, I went all out for this damn gay biker from the Village People costume. I shaved my goatee and just had like a handlebar, like a Fu Manchu mustache, like a Fu Manchu, yeah. And then you know, I did the deed on her, like with a Fu Manchu, and like you know, like wearing like leather vest and leather pants and all this stuff. That was kind of fun. When I was a teenager, Nickelback like stole some of our girls for the bus. No joke. Oh, Jesus. Fucking Nickelback, man. Kind of threw up in my mouth, like thinking about Nickelback. That's crazy. What was that song? Peeping at a cat, peeping at a seafood store, 1950s track? I'm not sure. I don't think I recognize that one. Yeah, the old the gay biker from the Village People night, like on Halloween, that was a pretty crazy night. I threatened to beat up my fucking bass player because he was late, and we almost got in a fist fight. And he actually had like 3 girls in the room that were after him, and was like freaking out on me and shit. And I left with some girl, and you know, like nailed her with a Fu Manchu. We were talking about Nickelback earlier. Not sure if it was before you dropped in. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Nickelback is like a blight on the ass of humanity, and like one of the most horrible musical organizations that ever existed on planet Earth. Doot says, geez, bass player must have been damn near missed downbeat. Yeah, I mean, yeah, almost kicked his fucking ass. Like me and him got into it. And so you have this situation where we're wearing fucking Halloween costumes. He's dressed up as like Dracula. I'm dressed up as Glenn from the Village People with a leather hat and shit. And we're gonna have a fucking fight at a biker bar. So yeah, good times, good times. Jim Cox says, Sid's system, wasn't you talking about vintage the other day? I bought one and I like it heavy though, 10.5 pounds. Dr. Pop says, the lyrics went something like, I'm a one-eyed cat peeping at a seafood store. I don't think I know that one. Almost 2 o'clock up in here. Think I'll probably call it at 2. But before I go, let me remind y'all, I just come out with this t-shirt here. And if you don't buy this t-shirt, I will come to your house and fucking beat your fucking face in. You hear that, you fucking cunts? You better buy a fucking t-shirt, or I will come to your house and kill you personally. So that's my fucking advertising line. I'm not a good salesman. Link below in the video description to an Etsy store. David Hicks says there was a weekend rock festival near here called Stage 13, and they had some decent bands, and we went and camped the whole weekend because the Tragically Hip played the closing night. That's cool. Duke says, does it shrink? Well, it's cotton, probably. Ron Swanson says a shitty Nickelback and a Lost Girl was almost as too much to take. My girl actually got stolen by the shittiest band in modern history. That's fucking crazy. Old Top says, you're sounding like Unknown Henson selling shirts. Talk about the old Squidbillies guy. Yeah. Rock and roller straight from hell. He had that song. That's a good song. But yeah, I guess we'll do one shot for the road. Got about 15 minutes left before I skedaddle out of here. Ron says, how many did you make up? Pretty much unlimited. Like, you got a supplier that just kind of prints them and ships them, you know. What do y'all want to see? We got the 1792 Kentucky bourbon here. And where's that corn liquor? Got some corn liquor. The 120 proof by Mark Ramsey, a Sugarland Shine Mountain Legacy corn liquor. So, yeah. Kentucky bourbon or Tennessee corn whiskey. Yeah, like, get a chance, look up Unknown Henson playing Rock and Roll Straight from Hell. So give me your votes for a shot for the road. Dr. Pop says water, not an option. Martian Murray says Kentucky bourbon. Okay, vote for bourbon. Ron Swanson sends a Canadian $6.99. Thank you very much for that, man. Appreciate that. He's one of my patrons too. Duke says corn liquor. We got to vote for Jameson. I do have some Jameson back there, like a little bit, tiny little bit. We got a 3-way tie between bourbon, corn liquor, and Jameson's. Need like a tiebreaker here. Dr. Pop says, and water. Yeah. Well, you know what WC Fields said about water, like fish fucking that stuff. Ron Swanson says, one more song. JD says bourbon. Ron says Jameson. Okay, one more song. Let's see. You want to hear country blues or like electric guitar? Like what? Jim Cox says bourbon. Something that really cooks. Let's do Mojo Working. That kind of cooks. Little Jameson never hurt nobody, says Old Top.
Got my mojo work, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm gonna have all you women doing what I do. I'm going down to Santa, gonna get me a mojo head. I'm going down to Santa, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm gonna have all you women right in the palm of my hand. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm gonna have all you women right in the palm of my hand. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you.
All right. Something approximating Mojo working by Muddy Waters. Let's see. Ron says something that really cooks. Little Jameson never hurt nobody. JD says sounds great. Appreciate that. Okay, let's. I think Jameson might have won this one. We'll kill the Jamesons. Had it a while, so. All right, Ron always does shots with me, so get ready. Jameson's Irish Whiskey. Ooh. Oh. Okay, that's all of it. Swanson says, hunt some wild game on stream, then stream cooking it with your mustard barbecue sauce. A hog or so would be perfect. Yeah. I might do a barbecue on here if I can set up the, the cameras and all that stuff. Ron says, bravissimo. I appreciate that, man. Innate Germ says, nice. Appreciate that. Let's do a shot for the road, Ron says. Okay. Cheers. L'chaim, Ken Pie. Ron says, I'm ready, brother. Born ready. JD says, sounds great on a Bluetooth speaker. Yeah, my damn sister's got like a JBL speaker. I always thought JBL was like for like professionals and stuff, but they make consumer speakers now. It's like that tall, like big ass speaker. Dr. Pop says, give a man a fire and he's warm for a day, but set fire to him and he's warm for the rest of his life. Right. And Old Top says, nice work. Appreciate that. Where'd my beer go? But, yeah. We'll be on here, same bat time, same bat channel, next week, Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So y'all show up, show me some love. Any last words from you fuckers before I cut this stream off? Ron says, Anzadrovia. I guess that's like the Russian or Polish deal there, like for cheers. Innate Germ says, I have a great night. Jim Cox says, I have a good weekend and all. Martian Murray sends me some horns there. Dupe says, cheers, Ed. Ron says, can you do a Tuesday stream? Possibly. Have to see what I'm doing that day. Are you unavailable Wednesday? Wednesday, I'm gone for the hours of the stream, 3 hours of the stream. Okay, let's see what I can do. Dr. Pop says, have a great taste day. Check them out. All right. Swanson says, most often. JD says, thanks for the show. And don't forget, get my damn t-shirt, or I will personally come to your fucking house and murder you. Like, really, like I'll fucking kill your wife and your kids. And I'll cornhole you. And I'll stick my fucking shotgun up your ass and pull the trigger. So, not a threat, that's a promise. All right. Ron says, get yourself some Ezra Brooks. Yeah, I might buy a bottle and, you know, kind of do a review of it on the show. There's 4 minutes left. Might as well smoke a cigarette, you know. Duke says Doc Swenson is killer. Doc Swenson's that liquor? Ron says I'm 6'2" and 280. Get me a something I can't read it. Get me to beat up all the Northern brothers that don't buy me one. Oh yeah. You fucking take care of Canada, like beat all them fuckers up if they don't buy one, and I'll take care of the United States. Duke says, "Yep, whiskey." Oh, okay. I have to look that up. Ron Swanson says, "I'm not fat, and just because everyone is thinking it, I'm a firefighter." Oh, okay. Shit. Yeah, I'm 6'2", but I'm like about 210. Gizmodo's still in the house? Like, he ain't said bye yet. Shit. Ron Swanson says, big dude too. Yeah, shit. Yeah, but I got like chicken arms. Like, I think Gizmodus like skipped out on me. Shit. Dr. Pop says, please don't make threats like Trump. Please don't threaten to kill people. I know it's a joke, but sometimes it's not. No, I'm telling you, like, I'm serious. Y'all don't buy my shirt, I will come to every one of y'all's houses, like, personally, and, like, beat the fuck out of you and beat your fucking face in. You better buy my stuff. That's my sales pitch. Ron says, whip them slackers. Like, Ron says, mine are 17 inches. Bad brag, I guess. Yeah, I'm kind of, I'm not like a very muscly guy. Like, yeah. Old Top says, woohoo, keep stretching them strings. Awesome streams. I appreciate that, man. And Ron says, but seriously, like, yeah. All right. Well, it's 2:00 up in here. I appreciate y'all like sticking around and watching the whole stream. And glad y'all showed up. I'll see y'all like next week, Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Same bat time, same bat channel. And I guess we'll end it right here. See y'all later.